Bam. 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 Oops. Bam. Bam. Let's see. Boom. Copy. 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 What up, Katra? Long time no see. 29 seconds. I think I was the fastest you've ever been. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I was setting up all my stuff. Why is that not activated? Why is my chat wackadoo not activated? Okay, so let's auto. Let's see. Let's see. Bam. Yeah, I don't know why I do that. It. I think when I'm making sure stuff works. I say bam a lot. Let's say bam, 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 bam. All right, we got black and white. We got. Yeah. All right, my apologies. Okay, let's see. I'll close this down. Bam. Okay, that's the bam, bam. Okay, good. Now we're up and running. Let's see. All right, now we're up and running. What's up, Sandy? How you doing? Good to see Catra and Sandy back in action again. I thought you had privileges. Thought you had privileges. There you go. My apologies. I had a good day. Yeah. My neighbor had some like last night, like 10 o'clock, I guess. What's that stuff called? Next Door. It's like an app for like communities and whatnot. And her husband died a month ago, and somebody posted saying, she posted saying, does anyone know how to light a pilot light on a water heater? And so, so one of my other neighbors had texted me, letting me know that she was looking for help or whatever, but I didn't notice the text because I was streaming last night, so I didn't notice it till like 10 o'clock. So I walked over there today, and she was like, yeah, it's like, she was like, Bill always did this stuff. And I'm like, oh, man, I hate hearing stuff like that. Damn it. And like, she thought that the water heater didn't light, the pilot wasn't lit because the mower was too close to it. Maybe the gas fumes from the mower. And I was just like, nah, you're overthinking it. You're overthinking it. But I got it lit for her, and she said it's been 2 weeks. She said it's been 2 weeks since she's had hot water. I was like, she's like, I didn't know you knew how to do this stuff. Yes, I do. I mean, but when I went around to my neighbors saying, like when I left the movies in 2025, January 2025, I guess I talked to him, and he didn't let her know. Yeah, so she's got a bunch of stuff. She's got to sell the house. She doesn't have to sell the house, and like the house is worth $500,000 easy. Like it's like a huge property. It's bigger than mine, bigger house than mine. And she was like, if I can get 75 grand, like if she says I owe 130 on it, but if I can sell it and pay that off and get 75 grand, I'd be happy. I'm like, you mean 275 grand? She was like, well, I talked to somebody and they were saying like 330. I was like, no. So I'm gonna help her get the most she can for that. That'd be cool to be connected to neighbors like that. Yeah, well, I think it's one of the most important things that people are missing out on. And it's what pisses me off a lot about politics is like even like during the COVID thing and the whole anti like the different parties are anti-Trump or anti-freaking liberal or anti-conservative. It's like, but they're your freaking neighbors. They're the people that live in the houses next door and around you, and Trump will be out of office in a few years, and so it's like that. and if you're gonna live in that community for 20 more years, there'll be a lot more presidents and a lot more people to hate. So it's wackadoo. What up, Trey? What's up? Did you see the guy in the video getting gas at a fish? Getting a gas and a tase him caught off guard? Yes, I did see that. I didn't know anything about the fish. Did you see about the guy getting gas and a fish and a fish and game officer? I didn't know it was a fish and game officer, but I saw the tase and I saw the fire lawsuit. He has the easy lawsuit. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, and I don't know the jurisdictions and what that fish and game have. They probably have more jurisdiction than a regular police. Let's see. Because if they have evidence that you have, I mean, I know it's when you're fishing and stuff, they might, if they didn't see you catching a fish, they can check your storage, your live storage, or your catches to see if you caught illegal size fish and stuff like that. Let's see if we can find out. All right, boom. Game officer. Fish and game officers. Can they search? Yeah. Did you see it, Sandy? We'll find it. It might not be 12 inches, but it smells like a foot. Okay, let's see. No. Okay, fish and game officers, also called game wardens, or live, generally have authority to search you, your vehicle, gear, or vessel in many situations, often with broader powers than regular police for wildlife enforcement. So that may be wackadoo. They cannot come up to you and ask you for an ID at a gas station. He was not hunting or fishing. He was getting gas. I don't know. Let's see. Statutory authority. Most state gives fish and game officers explicit powers to stop, inspect, search people, vehicle, boats, campers, coolers, bags, or equipment when enforcing hunting, fishing, and wildlife laws. Is typically allowed without a warrant if they have reasonable suspicion that a violation is occurring. Even more limited for routine checks in the field. What can they search? Coolers, backpack, game bag, for fish or game, or illegal items, vehicle, boats, related hunting activity. If your person for license tags, weapons, gears connected to the activity. Limits. They must usually have some connection to wildlife hitting or fishing information. Purely general criminal searches. Well, there you go. Yeah. Looks like that guy's gonna sue. Thank you, Sonny, for your $100 super chat. Why does party have me blocked? Why does a party have you blocked already? Which party? But there was no probable cause asked for ID. So yeah, I'm guessing. I'm not saying you were wrong. I'm just saying that I think the reason there's like special police things like fish and game is to give them to have officers of the law that have more jurisdiction than what normal police officers have. Sparty? Why does Sparty? Who's Sparty? Oh, Sparty's got you blocked? I don't know. Maybe you're not blocked. Maybe it's because maybe the AI thinks that that wasn't good, so you can't see it. I see stuff that even YouTube blocks. I don't use the YouTube site. I use an aggregator for chat. So maybe the YouTube AI thought that talking about his feet was too much. I don't know. I don't think you're blocked. Maybe Sonny or Sparty, say something else. But yeah, all right. Let's see. Let's see if we can find. Let's see if we can find the. Let's see if we can find the guy. Man catches on fire getting tased. Arizona man catches fire after federal officer for calling a cop a name, it says. What's up? Kavalika poo poo. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can find what this says. Let's see. Yeah, short videos. All right, so that one, YouTube. I thought I was gonna die.
Two set of cuffs and you're going to go to jail. All I'm asking for is your license right now to identify.
What am I being arrested for?
Yeah.
This intense encounter with a federal officer turns dangerous.
Yeah, he's gonna let's sue the hell out of him. I didn't see the beginning. I just saw the part where he was getting tased at the gas station. They call it fire. What up, term? Yeah. That dude's getting probably going to jail. That cop's probably going to jail. Yeah. That's no bueno.
Let's run it back.
Two set of cuffs and you're going to go to jail. All I'm asking for is your license right now to identify.
And about 20 wildlife officers to not use electronic control devices in specific situations, including when the subject is near flammable materials. The service tells me the taser deployment.
Yeah, it's probably that dude's first day. I'm not. I don't want to. I can't show a lot of things on live stream, especially that things that can be repeatable, like that. I just want to be. I want to be. I want to be safe to keep the stream up and running. Yeah, but yeah, that's enough for me. I can drop a link if you guys want to watch it. Completely.
Two set of cuffs.
I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to watch it completely. Bam. All right. Did I pin that other thing before? I can't remember if I did or not. Nope, sure didn't. Okay, I did. Okay, never mind. Never mind. All right. Yeah, that shit's crazy. He's that cop's gonna be in trouble, and that dude's gonna be rich. Absolutely. Absolutely. What's up, Ocean Wave? How are you? Jeez. And I see that's dumb. If it's already on YouTube, it shouldn't be a problem. The problem is rebroadcasting. The problem is rebroadcasting. Like if I rebroadcast things that have been on TV, that's where there's a problem because I don't have a license. I don't have licensing for it. Like trust me. That used to be like my thing a year ago. We would watch all, and then all of a sudden, like something changed with the algorithm, with ownership, with whatever. And then if I would play things that were previously shown on television, you need to have a license. Like it'll pop up, or it'll stop the stream. Like as I play it, my stream will go down. It'll say stream stopped for policy violations, and then I have to clear the screen, get my camera back on me, and then wait like a minute, and then the stream will come back up. It's just what I can do. Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube too, like music videos and stuff. I can't replay that because live streaming's a little bit different, and I think this is why like you have a lot of like bigger streamers don't live stream on YouTube when they do like social commentary and politics. Like with Kick and Twitch and even Rumble, they don't have that content, that automated content ID stuff. Yeah, it's kind of wacky. Got 100 B12 pills, paid $30. That ain't bad. Yeah, I get 60 for like $27, and I get the ones that dissolve under my tongue, sublingual. It's a lot. But I was at the pharmacy in Switzerland, and I wanted to try the good stuff. Yeah, Switzerland, man. Yep. I would say like what I do, what I recommend to myself. If your daily life is cool, fine, everything's fine. You don't have like any depression, anxiety, ADHD like symptoms or anything like that. It might be great, might be cool. But if you're just a little sluggish and tired, you might be a little low. But yeah, that stuff, yeah, it changed my life. But I had ADHD deficiency, B12 deficiency. That's wild. Yeah. What can they do? What can you do for heart health? Fish oil pills. What do I do? So when I was first, like, well, I don't know, not first, probably when I was in my 20s. I had ADHD. I was given all kinds of speed and stuff like that when I was young, Ritalin and all that good stuff. I started taking like fish oil, omega-3s and stuff like that to try to help. And this is what's things kind of odd too. Like even like after I was on like my 7th doctor, like that what I brought up to them. I was like, I heard fish oil can help. And he was like, well, maybe try some fish oil. But they still never said, hey, you 6'4" tall, skinny freak. Maybe you have a vitamin or mineral deficiency. It pisses me off so bad. It pisses me off until I was 45 years old. I buy 300 pills for $13 omega-3s. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Something for heart health. I tell you what me and my family do. Some of the most important things that you can do for your heart is to make sure you're not in deficiency of anything. Like vitamin K2, vitamin D3, and vitamin K2 are two of the most important things. If you get a lot of sun, then more importantly, it's K2. So the way vitamin D vitamin D works. Vitamins are things in your vitamins are things that your body needs that it cannot make, with an exception of vitamin D3, because your body kind of can make it, but it needs sunlight to hit the cholesterol in your skin. Sunlight, UV light cleaves cholesterol, turns it into vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 moves calcium out of your intestines into your bloodstream, but then it'll stay in your bloodstream, and you can have like hardening of the arteries, or like these little dinglings in your arteries, in your cardiovascular system, that can like have these little calcium like points, and then cholesterol and stuff can bond to that and cause like little blockages or whatnot. So vitamin K2 is what moves. So vitamin D3 moves calcium out of your intestines into your bloodstream, but that's not where you want calcium. You don't want a lot of calcium in your bloodstream. You want to move it out of your bloodstream. You only want your bloodstream to move it around your body to get to where it needs to go. And then K2 helps move it out of the bloodstream into the teeth and bones and whatnot. So most people don't even know that vitamin K2 is a thing, let alone know if they have enough of it. What up, Dean? What it do? D10. D3? Yes, check this out. Vitamin K2 for heart health. The evil of kidney stones. All right, check it out. All right, vitamin K2 supports health by regulating calcium in the body, specifically activating proteins that prevent calcium buildup in blood vessels and direct it towards the bones instead, teeth and bones. So by having too much calcium in your bloodstream, you can get your arteries can be hardened. They're basically slowly turning into bones. And then if you have like a high blood pressure jump, you might have a tear, a rip, or that have a leak. It can split but your veins and arteries should be very rubbery. They should be able to stretch it and like a rubber band. They should be stretchy, and when they get calcified, they get brittle and they can split, and bad things can happen. One of the most important things is K2 and if you've got teeth plaque, like if you ever need to get your teeth scraped by a dentist, that's usually a pretty good indicator that you're low in K2. Because your gums are trying to remineralize your teeth. Now, you've probably been told your whole life that your teeth can't remineralize. That's a lie. It's 100% a lie. Absolutely a lie. Your teeth can be remineralized. Your gums are trying to do that. And if you don't have enough vitamin K2, that calcium builds up on the outside of the tooth, because you need osteocalcine, which is the protein that they're talking about here on screen, that helps it absorb into the teeth and the bones. So if you can see it on your gums, like on your gum line, that means it's probably happening all over your body, brain, and everything. So okay, it's something very good, very, very good to look into. National, okay. What was I just looking for? Vitamin K2 and tooth plaque. Watch this. Vitamin K2. There you go. That's already here. I looked it up before. Okay. So vitamin K2 deficiency can contribute to hardening of soft dental plaque and stubborn tartar. Calculus. K2 regulates calcium metabolism by activating proteins that directs minerals into bones and teeth, rather than letting excess build up in saliva, soft tissues, or arterial walls. So that's like one of the most important things. Like finding out K2 was a thing. And I didn't learn about this till I was in my freaking 40s. And so it pisses me off so much about that stuff. Like, imagine you go to the doctor and they scan you're old, and they scan your carotids, and they say, "Oh, you've got some blockage, or you've got some buildup. We're going to put you on a cholesterol lowering drug." Well, when that may not be what you need. It may be, but the thing is, they should first check to make sure to see where your vitamin and mineral levels at. Instead, they check where your cholesterol levels at, and then they put you on a cholesterol lowering drug, rather than saying, well, hey, the reason you're in the doctor's office in the first place might be because you either eat like shit and you're not absorbing a particular set or vitamins and or minerals, or yeah, and that's one of the really big things. Yeah, kidney stones, they some evil stuff. Check us out: vitamin K2 and kidney stones. Watch this: vitamin K2 deficiency and kidney stones. Oh yeah, as soon as I hit K, oh, okay, you can see it. Vitamin K2 deficiency can contribute to soft tissue calcification, including mineral deposits in the kidneys. K2 activates glyprotein MGP, which binds free calcium and stops it from building up where it doesn't belong, including plaques in the brain, plaques in the arteries, the teeth, the freaking kidneys, all that wackadoo stuff. Without enough K2, calcium regulation can fail, raising the risk of abnormal deposits. And I've known people that have had kidney stones, and I've never ever once heard of the doctor saying, let's make sure you've got enough vitamin K2. It's just not part of modern medicine. It's like we've educated ourselves past this. We've scienced past vitamins. What? That's like what Flintstones. No. It's super freaking important. It's 96 outside right now, nice and cool. 62. 62. It's 76 in my house. And it's current temperature. It's 81. 96 miles a year about the Spokane, Washington fire that burnt down plus building plus the dude started it will probably get life. Yes, they found a dead person too. They found somebody that died also. So at least one person died from that fire. What up, little native mama? I'm sitting in the hospital waiting room to see my sister-in-law. 4 tumors removed from her lungs. Jeez. Man. Jeez. 4 tumors removed from her lungs. I'm happy. Hopefully she's doing well. I mean, after that, man. Stuff drives me freaking insane. I tell you what. I need to find a government grant and a bunch of researchers to work with. That sucks to hear. Cancer's were they cancerous tumors? I'm guessing they were. But possible that they're not. But I'm guessing, or maybe they removed them first. Test it. We're just moving mountains a pocket full at a time. We ain't got no quit in it. No. You ain't got no quit. Failure is the dotted line between starting and succeeding. No. Quitting is quitting. Quitting and failure are 2 different things. Failure is you tried something and you didn't succeed at first, so you redirected and continued. Quitting is giving up. No bushings. Oh, Bushing's disease, all benign. Wow. Excuse me, Cushing's disease. A, B to B. Hiding. That should be sticking a head up the bum. Okay, let's say Cushing's disease, often misspelled as Bushing's. It's a rare hormonal disorder of the pituitary gland, makes the body produce too much cortisol. Wow. You know where I'm going with this? Yeah, Cushing. It says it's right. Cushing disease. Cushing disease are separate, but they share overlap. This is one of the things that pisses me off. B12 deficiency and Cushing disease share overlapping symptoms like severe fatigue, muscle weakness, and brain fog. Active Cushing disease involves high cortisol from a pituitary tumor. Wow, low nutrient levels, treat them independently. All right, let me see. Let me see what we can get. Oops, let's make sure I get that right. Let's see. Cushing's disease causes high cortisol levels that frequently lead to a vitamin D deficiency and poor calcium absorption. This combination severely weakens bones, muscles, increasing the risk of osteoporosis and fractures. Treating the excess cortisol and taking specific vitamin supplements help restore balance. Yeah, while you're there, little native mama, you should mention. Have her vitamin D levels been checked? Dude, my mom went to the hospital because she was not feeling good, and she's all good now. She has all the insurance, but the bill before the insurance was $30K. There are 7 more tumors to go. It's all throughout the adrenal system. Damn. Yeah, high cortisol blocks vitamin D processing, and without vitamin D, you can't get calcium out of the gut. Patients face high risk of bones. Doctors test 25 hydroxy D vitamin D levels and specific cocalciferol, which is right here, vitamin D3 and calcium doses. Yeah, excessive cortisol can lower blood potassium. Fixing vitamin D levels improves the insulin sensitivity and lipid profiles. Man. Yeah, I saw that they got his phone. We'll see. I'm really upset that it got to this point. I can't believe. Also just found out type 2 diabetes. Well, so that makes sense here. Look, because it says the cortisol can lower potassium, and fixing vitamin D levels improves insulin sensitivity. So it seems like if her vitamin D levels aren't high enough, that could absolutely manifest as type 2 diabetes. You're welcome, Ryan. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, brother. I love how Europeans just think we're stupid and they act like we don't know what healthcare is expensive. I mean, you know. But the thing is, we need the medical system to work with the body properly. We've known since the 30s, 40s. We know what the body needs to do. We know what it makes. We know that when you have something like this, like Cushing's disease, that it causes a lowering of vitamin D, which then vitamin D3 works like a steroid in the body. So if that issue is causing one of the vitamins or multiple to not work in the body properly, then you have all of these other wackadoo things. I complain about healthcare, meanwhile they have less rights, more. But yeah. Well, they have to have something to bitch about. Listen, the people in their own locales, they need a boogeyman. They don't want to look at their own system and say, here's the problems. So they say, oh, look how shitty your guys is. We got free healthcare. Right? No, it doesn't work. They have really not concerned. My brother is terrified. They need a lifestyle change, but they don't believe me. Definitely. I mean, 100% need a lifestyle change. Listen, I'm going to tell you, we only do 3 main things for our body. 3 main things, right? Okay, depending if you're religious or not. It's pray / meditate. Okay, that's one. Like how you process thoughts and how you go about your day in your own head. Okay, eat / drink and exercise. If you're not doing those 3 things, you're either going to have mental health issues, physical or mental health issues, because your body needs. We know what the body needs. We know what the human body needs to make the chemicals in the body for the processes to work, and we know what vitamins and minerals are needed for those chemical reactions to happen. And we do not emphasize the importance of making sure people actually hit that. Like everybody knows that there is like certain percent, like you look on the side of the label and it says it's got 6% of your daily vitamin A. Okay, are you getting the other 94% somewhere else every day? And most people aren't. Europe, England, and France, like definitely third world countries now. The Eiffel Tower just looks like a rundown oil rig. Nothing special to see there. Well, this is why you're supposed to, as a society, you're supposed to keep striving for better and better. They should have done some other Eiffel Tower-esque thing, something big and beautiful, and you know, like to say this was done in the 1800s, this was done in the 1900s, this was done in the 2000s. Greeting, Marcel. Greetings. I don't much like the French. I don't mind anybody, really. I don't mind anybody. But yeah, but little native mama, please, bring that up to her doctor. They're saying sobriety will fix it. I don't think it's a fix at all. I think it's a good thing, but they need to embrace healthy diets, my opinion. Yeah, well, and going back to that type of stuff too, it's like what, like if it's drinking, what does drinking do to your body? Like what is the actual chemical effects? What is it stopping? It's speeding up urination. So like any food and vitamin and mineral intake, protein intake you had, you're going to pee more often. So you're not going to absorb things as quickly. It affects the gut. So you poop more and you might not absorb stuff as great. So it's really important that you're still hitting those markers. But yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, you know, there's people that live into their 90s and you know, drink a couple times a week and smoke cigars and whatnot. I mean, it's not definitely not the best things to do, but you know, it usually comes down to the diet. And you know, if alcohol is part of your diet or any other mind altering substance, you know, it can change what you do. Like you're not getting drunk every day and making sure you've had enough freaking folate, you know. What they don't show in your travel videos is all the homeless Muslim immigrants sleeping on a mattress straight for the Eiffel Tower. Smells like pee. I know Italian guys who live 95 drinking a lot of wine. Yeah, right. And so that one of the, so I talked about this a couple of times. There was this interesting study that I read about. They had a cohort of people, a group of people that had like cirrhosis, like or fatty liver, they call it alcoholic fatty liver, and so they split these people up into groups. One of the groups stopped drinking and stopped eating seed oils. One of the groups stopped drinking and kept eating seed oils, and one of the groups kept drinking and stopped eating seed oils. And both of the groups that stopped drinking and stopped eating seed oils saw their livers get function back, and the group that kept drinking and stopped eating seed oils saw themselves get liver function back. So is it just the alcohol? If you're drinking a lot and eating really good fats, that seems to have a protective effect. The quality foods and quality fats you need a lot of fat. You need a lot of cholesterol. The brain's mostly cholesterol. The nerves insulation is made from cholesterol. A lot like a lot of the energy and stuff. So like just reducing cholesterol. And I think that's one of the big things that have done bad, like by having these cholesterol lowering pills. People are like, okay, great. Now I can still keep eating all this bullshit and just take my cholesterol lowering pills. Everything's fine. Floating poop is not healthy. Just frustrating when they don't listen. Yep. Floating poop means you burnt fat most of the time. Well, it all depends. If you're having constant floating poop, yeah. If your poops are constantly floating, something ain't going right. You should have a density to your poo. No, floating poop ain't normal. Little native mama, what? No, dude, no. Let's see. Let's see what we can find here. Let's see what we can find here. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we can find here. And only 90% of the oil. Yeah, right. And they probably getting like really good olive oil, not super. Most of my family use olive oil. Seed oils aren't normal. Oh, seed oils. I thought you meant floating poop. Yeah, so like seed oil poops. Like if you eat animal fats and stuff like that, proper you know, like tallow and whatnot, and good oils like olive oil and stuff, you'll have they don't you won't have that. But if you have a lot of bull crap oils, oil floats on water. So if your poops are a lot of bull crap oils, then it's gonna float on water. Not just one little turd that floats and the rest sinks, but exactly. I owe you an apology, honest engine. I'm sorry for talking dirty a few days. I love you, little native mama. You love that damn voice. Well, thank you. Thank you, little native mama. Yeah. Floating poop means fatty content, but it's all the time. Yes, right. Yeah, an occasional floater, sure, absolutely. But if your poops are floating, and listen, people know when they're eating like crap all the time, but they may not put two and two together. Yeah, the fat content, the more fatty the poop is, the more fatty your body is. And if those fats aren't kick-ass fats, it'll be bad. Good day, Johnny Ringo. Oh, okay. You guys can't see what I'm looking at. Sorry. Right. Okay. Here you go. Sorry. Okay. When to pay attention. If floating stools are persistent, lasting more than a couple weeks, accompanied by diarrhea, weight loss, stomach, greasy appearance, or oily residue, are changing color, very black, followed by. Do we believe in the theory of evolution? I do not. I do not believe in the Darwinian theory. And actually, I'm talking to a couple of people that are actually trying to find a non-Darwinistic theory of evolution. So yeah, I'm not. And everything that we've ever had that was like good evidence for evolution that we actually used in academia ended up being crap. Like, so Piltdown Man, right? Piltdown Man, which was like in 1905, which started this whole big boom that, oh, wow, Darwin was right. We found out it was a scam in 1950 or in the 1950s. But because so many college courses were written for it, and so many PhDs and people that were hired as evolutionists of this, it would have destroyed the careers. So as of like 2016, we were still teaching people are still taught about Piltdown Man. And then the next one to come through, big one, was Lucy. And Lucy, we just found out in the past couple of months that Lucy actually isn't the missing link between humans and chimps. It was actually a pygmy skeleton, and there's still pygmies that live in Africa. The pygmy tribe live in Africa. Oh, yeah, thanks a bazillion. The girl needs a tingle every once in a while. You're welcome, little native mama. Did 22 mile today. Wore out. Look up Sir Francis Bacon's theory of evolution. Sir Francis Bacon, theory of evolution. Okay, so Francis Bacon. All right, breaking news: Bill Belichick not nominated for the Hall of Fame. Maybe. I mean, maybe. Listen. Those clubs are weird. Look at the freaking Nobel Club. They gave Obama one right. I think his first freaking year as president. He started more wars than he ended. Yeah, he got a Nobel Peace Prize. Stay blessed, little native mama. Adding hawthorn syrup to soda water for heart support. Not a wonderful taste. I honestly do not know. I'll have to look into Hawthorne's contents. Lucy was never claimed to be missing link. Lucy was never claimed to be a missing link. Lucy and evolution. Lucy is a famous fossil skeleton of the ancient human relative Australopithecus afarensis. The key facts of Lucy and human evolution have her standing at 3.5 chimpy-sized brain and walking upright. Yeah, absolutely it was. Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. Agreed. And if you gaze long enough into the abyss will gaze back into you. Agreed, Brendan. I had a theory. Aliens changed things. Like horses stretching their necks made of them giraffes. Sir Francis Bacon did not propose that long before Dora. Bacon focused on creating the Baconian world, an empowering inductive system of scientific investigation aimed at gaining control over nature for human benefit. Stress the truth required systematic repeated observation rather than pure reason or ancient philosophy. Advocated for building a broad general truth after gathering and classifying facts. Rejection of bias. Warned against human mental errors, perceived notions that he calls idols. Believed controlled tests could speed up the natural process. This was distinct from the biological descent, generational biological descent. Later 19th, including Darwin, acknowledged Bacon's rigorous framework helped establish for as opposed to natural selection. Lucy kind of cute. She's got a granddaughter. I don't think Darwinian evolution deals with the missing link. It does it, but I'm talking about how evolution's taught. It's taught and like the reason to like ask for funding. They say like, look, we found this Lucy, and it looks like what one of the in-between chimps and in-between humans. So we need more money to look into this. And that's why a lot of that stuff was funded. And the same thing with all those other scams. But now we know that, like, so 3.5 feet tall. And then let me see if I can find this. African pygmies. Yeah, so the pygmies are typically under 59 inches. Right? And they're still alive. So, like it's like, and it was found like in the area of Africa, like where Lucy was found. Hawthorne. Not makeup. If I say makeup, it'll probably tell me about putting freaking eyeliner on or something. What up, Kevin? More research is needed. Just give me enough 10 more years and $10 million more. No fossil can be used as evidence of evolution because we can't determine if fossil had an offspring. Right. That's another huge thing. Like we can crossbreed animals that end up being sterile. So it's not like if it doesn't have offspring, it wouldn't lead to part of that. Well, anyway, the Darwinian theory of evolution is now trying to be replaced. There's too much. Well, even like I said, even Darwin said if the cell is more complex than a gelatinous ball of protoplasm, then his theory would be incorrect. Well, he didn't know. We didn't know what DNA looked like until the 1950s. And Darwin was freaking long dead in the 1950s. So and that pretty much, they don't need fossils as proof of evolution. There's already proof. Help me find some, brother. Help me find some. I don't know. I believe evolution is not the time scale. They say. So there's macro and micro. Like if you lift a bunch of weights, your muscles get bigger. Like type things. So things can go through that. But changing from one animal into another, we have zero proof. And we have more proof that form of evolution that we've been taught is incorrect. Like we found in 2004, we found a T-Rex that still had soft tissues. How did blood cells and soft tissues stay not eaten by bacteria or not completely dissolved and dehydrated in 29 million years, right? So there's a lot of stuff we don't know. There's a lot of stuff. The problem is with that stuff, it's not repeatable. It's not repeatable. You can't repeat it. You can't take a chicken and turn it into a human. And if you say that it happened, but you can't repeat it, that's bad science. That's low confidence. So, and that's the problem with evidence. Evidence, there's low confidence evidence and there's high confidence evidence. And there's evidences in between. High confidence evidence is say, hey, yes, we've done this time and time again. But with evolution, we can't repeat it. So we can't say. So it's assuming this is what it was like 10 million years ago or 100 million years ago, assuming oxygen levels are the same or different or whatever that many million years ago. So we don't really know. We don't know. We can't repeat it. Science is repeatable. Science, by definition, has to be repeatable. History, by definition, is not. This is why you can't use science to prove history. You can use science to prove repeatable parts of things that were said in history, but history, by definition, is not repeatable. Darwinian missing links could just be easily mutated genetic ends. Not only that, right? But think about, we have people with 4 arms and 4 legs and huge skulls and very, very small skulls, like the encephala, can't remember, but there's people that are born with like almost no brain and their skulls are really small. If we found one of them or something in between, and we found that it's 500 years old, like who knows? Like what was there still physical, I don't know if you call it use retardation as a word, but physical ailments like that, with people that have multiple limbs and then say, oh, look, this is when we were half spider, half human, like it's just people they use assumption. They say, oh, this like it looks like it could be this if I add a bunch of assumptions, because we can't test the DNA to say here's the DNA before it was human and here's the DNA after it was human, and here's the changes that was made along the way. We don't have, you figure we would have billions if we've got skeletons from 100 million year old dinosaurs. Why don't we have the partial human, partial chimpanzee, millions and millions of skeletons all around and everywhere in between? It's very interesting stuff. I mean, you have to choose what you want to believe. Absolutely. And the thing about school, college, is they're going to teach you what's on the test, like not necessarily what's the truth. And like now, like we were talking the other day, yesterday, about the age of the universe. Now with this new satellite up there, we got new data. And now it looks like we were wrong about the age of the universe. So it's like, okay, but if you went to college and graduated last year and went to college, got a PhD in the age of the universe, you would be wrong. Your PhD would be worthless because now it's wrong. Because now we have new data and we know that that's incorrect. But we taught it, and for 50, 60 years, more than that, almost 100 years, we've been teaching this stuff, and we were wrong. Science got better. So science is what evolves. What's up, Amber? How are you? Oops. It's not repeatable because evolution occurs over a long time frame. So yeah, I understand that. Right. So science can't prove it. This is my point. It's not science. That would be history. And science is trying to prove it, but it can't prove it. And we don't have high confidence evidence. We don't have idea. And how do we know it happened over long time frames? We don't, because we don't know anybody that was there. And we can't test this material. We can't test the materials we find. So we test the rocks that it's next to. And then now we found out that a lot of that seems to be highly flawed. So like it's a lot of things. There's always another side to the story. And it's whatever side is most popular that gets more media attention. And because remember, there's still colleges that teach God. There's still, you can go to like Oxford and stuff and learn theology and learn science in theology, learn astrophysics. And it's so there's colleges that are teaching how God is part of all of this, our creator, and how all this works out. And then there's a bunch of colleges that don't. So are they both right? Are they both wrong? Right? Or is it that they have a determined set of evidences and doctrine that they want to sell and teach? And then, they determine what's on the test. The truth doesn't matter. It just has to be what they taught you is what you've learned. And then if you pass the final exam and get your degree, then you got value out of it. They've converted that into money. Proven efficacy is where I have some real doubt. Other sources say it works wonders. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, okay. I keep going back in. Darwin's theory doesn't fly flights, birds, can't fly straight, fly wings. Yeah. Microcephaly, right. We can't reclass star in a lab. Do you think that science to say the fusion is correct? No. That you're being intellectually dishonest. We can measure what a star is made of using its light. So and the star is still there. The evidence is still there. Understand? That evidence is still there. We can keep testing that. We can't say that there was something between snakes and humans with zero evidence. There's no skeletons, there's no DNA, there's nothing. There's nothing except for people making stuff up and drawing pictures. There's no evidence from the in-between. But yes, you can keep looking at the sun, and we can make little stars on Earth. So, and we can see how the chemical reactions happen. And as our sensors get better, we keep testing the light of the sun and the temperatures of the stars as best we can, and the theories keep getting proven to be correct, right? But yeah. So there's a pointed bird thing type thing. Wings but wouldn't fly. Start growing wings doesn't make the bird more fitter for survival. So there's a point. The bird type thing had wings but couldn't fly. Right, and it's like they said snakes used to have legs. Snakes used to be lizards but stopped using their legs, so they turned into snakes. Now, is that true? We don't know. We don't know for sure. Evolution doesn't explain humans' insane intelligence. Not only that, we have a chin. We talk. We have bacteria that if we don't have, we will die. The way we eat food for the things that the body requires, we can't get from just like eating it and it going through our stomach and intestines and coming out. There's bacteria that have their own genetics, that they eat the food and make the chemicals that we need for survival. So did they evolve along the same path? Or if we would have evolved without that bacteria, then we would have just died. We wouldn't have been able to reproduce. What up, duo? Long time no see. Tintin versus science doesn't try to prove anything. You misunderstand science fundamentally. You're telling me that science doesn't try to prove anything. So popular science is not trying to tell us that these things are being proven. Absolutely. Now you're just using semantics. Absolutely. If you ask the average person, is the science find proof of this or that? They're like, yep, that's what it did. Science proved this or that. No. That's dishonest, brother. What up, y'all sick? If animals can mutate to adapt to evolution, why can't humans be allowed to? Yeah, I think something like that would happen. How have you been? Peter and Rosemary Grant literally witnessed separated bird. Peter and Rosemary Grant literally witnessed two separated bird species mate and create an entirely different species. But they're still birds, brother. They're still birds. They didn't reproduce and turn into a chimp. They still had the same DNA. They still have the same DNA. What we're talking about is starting off with a bird DNA and ending up as a kangaroo, turning into kangaroo DNA. Not a bird mating with a bird becoming another bird. You can have evolution along with throughout bird, getting different beaks, different claws, and whatnot. But not a bird turning into a lizard, turning into a lizard, turning into a lizard, turning into a lizard, turning into a giraffe, human. No, it doesn't. It stays throughout its entire cycle. It's still a bird, always a bird, always a bird, always a bird. I think evolution is bullshit. There's breeding here and there's adaptation. Right. That's the thing. So there is types of evolving. There is things, like I said, if you lift a lot of weights, your muscles will evolve to get bigger and be able to handle more weight. So that's a type of change that we go through. And we have epigenetics, but it doesn't change our DNA. This is why you can still look at a kid and his genetics and look at who his mother was, because her genetics are still linked into there and whatnot. Yeah, we don't have, it's not changing species. Main issues are cats and dogs. Like we have evidence Chihuahua was once human made. Right. So right. But it's still a dog. It's still a dog. Right. Like it's still Caninus lupus. Why can they not both coexist? So you were talking this as definitive proof. Me? Definitive proof? No. This is my point. There is no proof. There is no proof. We don't have any proof. We don't have any proof of evolution. We have a theory of evolution. And those theories keep changing. Like we had a theory of the age of the universe. We taught it. People spent millions of dollars, billions of dollars trying to figure out the age of the universe. And now we found out that they're wrong, right? So it's like science is what evolves as our knowledge evolves. But we don't know. We don't know. Do you think there are aliens? I don't know. I could go out black and white. When has anything been proven? I am real. So Fauci's phone's currently. I saw that. I have a theory that you're slamming homosexual. Try to prove the theory, Chopped. We are made of bugs. What up, Freak Out Tent? What'd you do, Duo? Science is the observation and not the actual evidence without an algorithm. Right. And we don't teach people the difference between theory, hypothesis. In fact, they don't see, and like law. Like there's completely different. And people often believe, because the way that science, so actual research science is different than what's taught in normal colleges. The colleges that are creating the documented knowledge to turn into curriculums to sell to other colleges, universities, and school systems for a profit, right? This is why you've got research schools, and not all schools are research schools. They're just disseminating the information that the researchers came to a conclusion on. The magic of the universe. I'm watching Blue Lotus Part 1. We literally are evolving. Humans are getting taller, right? But they're still humans. Still humans. Breeding does not mean evolution. No. But we don't know. Science proves women shouldn't fish since they also do is catch crabs. Interesting say we evolve. Interesting say they also think we evolved from fish. Yeah, right. Because when they tried to develop the theory more, or follow the hypothesis, develop the theory, as far back as we can tell, the Earth was flooded at one time. So if the Earth was flooded at one time, then we didn't start from land animals, and this is where the assumptions come from. A marsupial will always be a marsupial. Know how much it adapts. A bird won't turn into a person. That's like the marsupial, correct? Humans didn't evolve from chimps. All great apes, including humans, share a common ancestor. That is a theory, and it's falling apart. Here's the problem, Cyanide. All right. The problem was when we first started breaking down the human DNA, when we first started doing sequencing the genome and sequencing the chimp genome or great apes genomes. We'll say chimp is what this is about here. So what they did is, science used to believe that only 5% of our DNA was what made us us. The rest was different stuff as the body changed, as we were different animals throughout evolution. So it was called junk DNA. So when they compared humans' DNA to chimp DNA, they only compared the top 5%. Because they believed then that's all that mattered. So if you compare the top 5% of human DNA and the top 5% of chimp DNA, we're 98.5% equal. But now we know that the rest of the DNA is the code for when we start splitting, sperm and egg make a zygote and start splitting, when to become a fingernail, when to start making each bone. We now know that. So now we're not considering all the rest of DNA junk DNA anymore. And when you could compare 100% of human DNA to 100% of chimp DNA, we're like about 17% equal. So these are issues as science evolves. Remember, when I went to school, when you were asked what the appendix was in the human body, the answer was, when I went to school, it was a vestigial organ left over from evolution. Now we know that's incorrect. We need our appendix. Our appendix is safe harbor and a reproduction area for our gut microbiome. So like I was taught in high school that was a vestigial organ. It was left over from evolution. As we were evolving, it was shrinking, and it would eventually go to nothing because it was no longer needed. It was needed back when we were fish. That's what I was taught. That's what I was taught in science class when I was a kid. There's no evidence of humans getting taller. So there is a little bit of evidence in other areas when people get better diets, especially vitamin K2. The more K2 somebody, if a human male is shorter than his father, it can often be linked to a vitamin or mineral deficiency. The K2, for instance, moves calcium out of soft tissues into the teeth and the bones, right? So there's these things called growth plates, and they stay non-bony, non-calcified as the bones grow. And then when you get to the height that your genetics prescribes, they harden. But if you have a K2 deficiency as a child, those calcify because you don't have the GLA proteins in order to keep the calcium from solidifying in there. So if you have a K2 deficiency as a kid, you typically don't get as tall as your father. What does it mean to prove anything? So I mean, we'll get into semantics, but to prove something is to be able to, if you're talking about like scientifically, it's to be able to test something repeatedly and come to the same conclusion. You find a small door. You find a small door. There was more deformation because of inbreeding. Yeah, there was that. What up, bud? Butters? Fee Fong Wong? You had seizures. My brother had seizures as a young adult, and he grew out of them. I got to bounce. Nobody stimulates my brain quite like you. Thank you, little native mama. Thanks for giving me shit to think about. See you tomorrow, little native mama. Thanks for swinging in. What up, Azal? Hey, don't sneeze on chat. Bro, you're like the only person I know that knows Xenogears. Xenogears fan 12. Science studies the frequency of an event given A or B outcome. Yeah. The best game of all time. Do aliens exist? They totally exist. We even have a bunch of illegal Xenogears. Okay. Xenogears. What up, Shiraj? Not Dino Gears. Wow. PS1? What was this on? Yeah, yes, I remember this. Wow. Jeez. I forgot all about it. Wow. It only got a 4 out of 10 on Honest Gamers. Come on, buddy. A human has a defined DNA. Yeah. What's up, Shiraj, brother? I was mentioned in chat. Duo is a Down syndrome person in evolution. Right. So Down syndrome, I believe, has an extra or is missing a chromosome. So it's an error in I mean, there's a lot of stuff these days politically, like people don't want to say you're being ableist or whatnot, but it's an error in the during the copying or the error of not DNA. It's a chromosome per se. What defines human DNA as uniquely human? So humans have there's a list of things that separate humans from animals, and like so well, here let's do this. The main things that separate humans from animals is and it's not from all animals, right? So like you have some traits that a human will have that another animal will have, but not all animals have some traits. Like so bipedal, spoken language, bipedal, live birth, bipedal, live birth, ability to reason. Well, typically, what makes a human a human? DNA. Okay, biological self-awareness, emotional connection. That's not it. Capacity for complex thought, shared cultural experience. Okay, upright on 2 legs, size of the brain, hand structure. If you're hands with thumbs that can touch your other fingers to build things, mind and thought, knowing that you exist. Using abstract words and art and writing, remembering the past and planning for distant future. It's another one. Heart and society, moral choice. It's not like there is no definition. I have a degree in junk science. Bro, we share something like 66% of our DNA with bananas. Right. I understand that. I understand that. Do you think we evolved from bananas? But also, bananas have cell walls, or and we have cell membranes. Animals have cell membranes. So even though those genetics are there, so here's where it comes into that we're either a simulation or there's a creator, is that when you do programming, you reuse code, right? Right. Yeah, and also it's a lot of that DNA is like respiration and how food moves in and out of the banana, food moves in and out of the body, how the cells work, how the DNA replicates itself. A lot of DNA is specifically DNA. It's the DNA creates the things that help the DNA copy itself, untangle itself, retangle itself. And bond itself up, fixing errors. That's in the DNA already. Like, so if DNA evolved, then there would have been a time when DNA didn't know how to copy itself, and then that would have been the end. There would have been no part two. There wouldn't have been 66% of composition of carbon doesn't make sure you share DNA. Make sure. I'll send you $100 if you just smoke crack. It's smoking that damn crack. What are you smoking crack? 89%. 89%. Buys at 1% enough to change species. You climbed K2. What's going on, Mike, brother? So you're telling me we came from bananas? You said bones harden. Vitamin K2 is one of the most important vitamins your body needs. Vitamin D3 moves calcium out of the intestines and into the bloodstream. Vitamin K2 helps. It's called a traffic cop for calcium. Like if you don't your circulatory system, you've heard about like having clogged arteries, and people have strokes and stuff like that from splitting. That's usually from hardening of the arteries. That's usually from too much calcium in the bloodstream and in the soft tissues. Well, K2 activates something in your body that moves calcium out of the bloodstream and into the teeth and bones, keeping it out of the soft tissues. I'm taller than my dad. Must got a lot of it. Yeah, or your dad definitely got a little bit of it. Yeah, right. No, we're saying compared to DNA's is not an avenue to show evidence for evolution. Right. It's not. And the thing is, there's also above genetics, epigenetics. So DNA is even more complex than we thought it was. So the better our microscopes get, the better our electron microscopes get, the more detailed we find out, the more bits that we find out, the more information we find encoded in DNA, not just the GATC whatnot. So it but it's reuse. It's what it appears to be. It's also a mineral deficiency if you are skinny and not morbidly obese, and your dad is just dad's bod. That's it. But I was saying, I think I'm far behind here. I've never had a seizure, but I do enjoy some seizures every once in a while. What up, Jizzle? You don't share your DNA; you share composition. DNA is a definition. It is a definition. Someone with Down syndrome is an evolution. What up, Walrus? Tea is rich with flavonoids, and here in Morocco, we drink green tea as we drink. Yeah. Green tea is really good for you. Do you have any thoughts on the two extremities of the far left and the far right? Do I have any thoughts on it? Like why extremism tends to be bad? I mean, I can tell you the results of it, like the results of it. There you go. Expand DNA as a definition. Define men and a woman. A man has a human man has the propensity, when everything is working correctly, to insert their genetic material into a woman. A woman is a vessel that can accept genetic material and create offspring when working properly. The only thing they focus on cells that they adapt, constantly changing. Down syndrome is chromosome 21. The person has an extra one or a partial. Make up them an extra, right? Extra. Oh, right, the homie with the extra chromie. Right. DNA defines the presence of a specific trait. and the composition of your binary code. Salted nuts are what separates us from the animals. Our salted nuts, kind of like Pokemon. You have to set 20 chromosomes from parent cell. Yep, Retardosaurus. What up, Batty? Bam! Thank you. Bam! Got the chili. Thank you. Is the programming language our DNA? Yes, yes. And the DNA determines what the programming language is, and is the programming language. And it's the computer that reads the programming language. So it's not just the code, it's also the computer. It's freaking nuts. What up, Profac? Did someone say Pokemon? Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. It defines your genetic acid. It's not binary. Yeah, there's 4 components, right? It's quadrinary, yeah. I got low IQ. Bananas are lesbians. D is hormonal. Most iconic comment award goes to your ocean. K2 is a nice mountain. Yeah, K2. K2 mountain. Just capitulating for no reason. I already gave a definition. Is it snot? B and C, water soluble. Yeah, B and C, but B vitamins and C vitamins are water soluble. Yep, that's correct. So, and there's no determined upper limits for most B vitamins. Oh, I don't think there's upper limits for C. Depending. Oh, K2. We should all just spice this. We need K2. Cyanide. Don't be rude. Why haven't we found the cure for cancer? Listen. I think we have found the cure for cancer. And actually, listen, if you really want to get pissed off, look up low-dose naltrexone. Low-dose naltrexone shuts off, I think it's all cancer's ability to reproduce. Low-dose naltrexone. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, agreed. What up, Talik? Actually, why? Do you think e-scooters should be banned on public roads? No, I don't think they should. I think the police should just do their freaking job. You know, like, listen. Yes, the police should do their job. Don't let that shit get out of control, because that's what's happening. Is people are just don't care. X is for man, Y is for women. All right, duo brother. Banned from voting. I already am. Yeah, I think we do too. Listen, is it a mineral deficiency if I'm not morbidly obese like my dad and his dad bod? I don't know, brother. There's no money in the cure. No, what do you know has a cure? What do you know of that as a cure? The medical industry is not set up to cure. The medical industry is set up to maintain or to control symptoms, but not to cure. Typically, your body cures itself while the pharmaceuticals and the doctor maintains homeostasis or and controls the symptoms of whatever you have. Hawthorne, I'll be a Hawthorne Baron. I'm not a big fan. I'm not anti-government. I'm not an anarchist. I might have been when I was a youth, but I don't really like our current Democrats or Republicans as to say. I don't think they're kick-ass. I don't think they're doing as good of a job. And this is what's pissing me off about the whole socialism capitalism thing, because I honestly think we do already get taxed enough. I think they have a spending problem. I think we could help most all of the problems we need to help if there wasn't people in and outside of this country getting billions of dollars a year just to freaking scam. It's absolutely wackadoo. You have to like the amount of money we just give California for homeless people. We gave them $24 billion and homelessness got worse. You could have built everybody a freaking $200,000 house and given them a freaking $100,000 a year stipend. We found something to reverse cancer in rats. Found something to kill proteins to feed cancers. We found a lot of stuff too. It's expensive for the peasants. Yeah, we the people. Medical industry treats illness. They don't cure anything. Right. That's all I do. Yeah. There's no problem. Right. And then you have the food industry that gives us cheap processed stuff that will make us sick and need and cause symptoms. So then you're getting a bunch of money you're giving them a bunch of money, which is causing you to need to go to a doctor to give the doctor a bunch of money to give to the pharmaceutical industry that you need to give a bunch of money to get the pharmaceuticals. And it's a freaking vicious circle. The problem is I have e-bikes, electric scooters, not the scooters themselves. With e-bikes, it's not scooters themselves. Yeah, it's the people. That's right. Yeah, it's the problem. Yeah, it's people that don't care. Maintenance. There's a place in my country. Maintenance, simpleton. There's a place in my country that cures cancer. It costs $4 million a week. At the end of the day, cute puppies and kittens rule. Currently, Democrat and Republican government servants are criminally stupid and politically insane. I feel sorry for one of my neighbors' parents, 3 grandparents, all their siblings, 1.8 million. Oh, or 1.8 meters? Hold on, what? I feel sorry for one of my neighbors, her parents of 3, and her grandparents, all of her siblings are 1.85 meters. But what's the odds? She gets the height of her grandmother, who's less than 1.6. What up, Biff? $500,000, 500,000 dinner with Einstein. I take the money. I take the money. I studied Einstein a lot. I take the money and I'd put it to freaking good use. And oxpeckers, whackadoo. We gave California how many billions of dollars for that train? Yeah, I think that was 14 billion. Roughly 100. What's 120? Maybe that was last year. Not even a mile off track completely, right? She's a woman. Should be all right. Technically, with the money that we gave California for almost $24 billion, we could give them $80,000 individually. Yeah, you know what? I was thinking, when I was doing the math, I was thinking on the 42,000 just in LA. But yeah, California total. Yeah, probably. Unfortunately, I fell down this week and broke my specker. It's the irony of DNA. Mountain K2. Look at that freaking thing, dude. Look how steep that shit is. The problem with food here in the U.S. is the fake healthy stuff like you see on the box: low fat, high protein, sodium, low sugar, have fake sweeteners filled. Yeah, right. And like I said, but we don't educate the population in like elementary school. We need to change that. We need to change. Kids need to understand that their bodies need like vitamins, not just take your vitamins, kids. No, why? What the vitamins and minerals do, and what will happen if you don't get them properly. So then they'll start saying, instead of saying, Mom and Dad, I'm a dog, they'll say, Mom and Dad, I didn't get enough vitamin K2 this today or this week, or I've never eaten this or never eaten that. That's what they should be arguing with their parents about. If I was a man, do with a little sympathy. If it was a man, definitely. Little sympathy. Okay, let's see. Man, look at the freaking summit and let me see if I can zoom in on this summit gum. Cars where? Vroom. Come and visit Pakistan. Maybe next year. I'm hoping to go to if I get this grant or a bunch of people start super chatting, one of the two. I want to visit. I want to hit the UK. I want to hit India, Pakistan. I want to hit Japan. Maybe go around. My brother lives in California. When he visited the prices of houses in the majority of cities, he sold his house and property for over $1 million. The house would be worth far less than Iowa. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it would, right? And that's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I have built homes for 4 affluent people neighborhoods and sold dilapidated houses worth a couple $1 million and built $400,000 custom house. That's because Iowa is shit compared to California. And fake healthy food isn't food. It actually health science. Some cases the hell is labeling made up example like low fat water. There's a man. I went to Aldi's yesterday and they had 4 ice cubes for $1. UK and Ukraine will take the Patriots. UK and Ukraine will take the Patriot missile plans. You lot won't do anything with her, Trump. Take them. You need some Patriot. My dad worked on the Patriot missile, and you're talking 7,000 to 9,000 square foot. California, it's not doing too good. Listen, there's definitely going to be a reckoning for these. Like, it's going to get to the point. When if they raise like what's going on in a lot of these like what's going on in New York with the taxes, what's going on in Washington State with the taxes, they're kicking people, they're forcing people, very very wealthy people, business owners out. When that starts to happen more in California, you're gonna see Silicon Valley move to Texas or Florida. What do you think of Reddit atheists who think we all live on a floating rock, nothing matters, and morality is subjective, yet we should never ever be a heckin' racist? Yeah, I think they're usually hypocrites And it's people, listen, like, do you know how you'll hear people say, like, you'll have white people talk about how racist white people are because they're racist. Like, I know white people are, we're white supremacists and we think that you guys are stupid. So, and we know that. Like, so I know that all white people think that because I think that. So it's like you have these people that are absolute racists that think that everybody's racist because they're racist, but they're able to control it. They're like, we should do this, and that for black people because or brown people because everybody's racist. No, you're freaking racist. And the thing is, like maybe if they had a better connection to the data that we've collected over the centuries in science and in philosophy, they would understand that they're heading in the wrong direction with their conversations. Every customer I've met said their house is what I'd say, welcome to them. A house is a house is a house is a house. Even in Iowa, especially when you get your more of your money in Iowa. Yeah, listen, don't do that. If your guys are young adults, do not go to California or New York just because it's California or New York. No, go somewhere cheap. Save your money. Life is like a treadmill. If you stand still, you'll go backwards. But if you keep moving, you'll stay on the treadmill. But the treadmill ends. So if you spend a lot of time going a little bit faster than the average person, you'll eventually get off the front of the treadmill. So then if you stay still, you're still ahead of everybody else. California, for sure. That's why people go from all over the world just to witness its majesty in person. No, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful place. It's just absolutely mismanaged. Absolutely mismanaged. It's unbelievable. That wealth. But it's a lot of the wealth comes from Silicon Valley. A lot of the GDP comes from the super ultra wealthy in Silicon Valley. And listen, a lot of those people making freaking $3 million or $250,000 to $300,000 a year, they're living in freaking RVs and stuff because they don't care about buying a house. They want to get there, make a bunch of money in their 20s and 30s, and then get out and do what they want to do somewhere else. Horse pickles. I was like saying they slap these ladies low fat, low sugar, high calorie protein with no real backing foods. Like, yeah, right. It's wackadoo. And most certainly a ho-ho. Yeah, they're hurting a lot of people. They're hurting a lot of people, and a lot of people that are having mental health crises are not being treated well by being let wallow in their own filth. I guess who want to experience what it's like to be robbed, yeah, it's rough. Why do most people on social media accept and defend the most pushed narrative without having some questions about how accurate it is? Critical things going. Yeah, it's critical things going. Listen, I actually looked into this. And there are parasites. There are actual parasites. You can get that lower rational and critical thinking skills. It's crazy. So I was wondering what's happening. What's happening in America? And so, I started when I was looking at what's causing all these health issues, like these mental health issues. And so that's when I started looking at while I was looking at for myself, I started to go off on a tangent on is it nutrition? What's going on? And then I started looking at parasitic infections and what parasites. Yeah, parasites. There are certain parasites, especially ones that come from the cat gut. Toxoplasmosis gondii can reduce critical thinking and rational thought. It makes mice, yes, they're mice, but it makes mice not scared of the cat. It makes mice sexually attracted to cat pee. And it's so if there are things, and we know that they're doing gain of function research around the world on bacteria and viruses and stuff. You don't think they did with parasites too? And then now you've got this huge butt cheek or butthole parasite. Yeah, it's wagging because social media is gynocentric. Rots the brains. Yeah, it's lost. For social media, it's just a bunch of dumbasses saying dumbass things. It's why democracy don't work. Too fast. State of California educational system says the average adult in California barely qualifies for fifth grade level. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. And they spend so much money on education and they get such bad results. Hopefully it changes soon. What's the best managed state? Currently probably probably Florida or Missouri. Yeah, Missouri. Especially if you're talking about education. Missouri on education. Not Curry. Curry. Missouri Education Department says that the one only public student face all the was performance rate. Okay, so they spend 12,000 per student outside of Silicon Valley. Half the country's part of California. Yeah, I understand that absolutely, right, absolutely. So don't freaking hurt those people like that. Like this is nuts. We've got all of this great weather and stuff that can be used. Don't force these people out. Stop putting all this pressure on the farmers. But who owns a lot of those farms too? A lot of them aren't even owned by American companies, American families. Actually, they talk a lot about vitamins and supplements. A big thing, noticeable difference in magnesium, specific glycinate. Magnesium glycinate, brother. Absolutely, agree, 100%. I love it. I'll take some right now. Wackadoodle, bunch of wackadoodle parasites. Rich, that's California's Red Republic. Yeah, right. Yeah. What up, little native mama? I went back and we discussed the pelvis. The gender discussions are way too short on info. Yeah. RFK Jr. seems demented because of his brain worm too. Maybe. I mean, definitely has like a some sort of, if it's physical or mental by issue from it. Do you think birth canal built into every female's hips? Yeah, the birth canal. I went to school in California and testing showed that I was reading at the level of a junior college when I was in 4th grade. How many years ago was that, brother? How many years ago was that? So was that, were you in 4th grade? Wait, so in 4th grade? So I was reading at the level of junior college when I was in 4th grade. So was that more than 10 years ago? Listen, I want everything to get better for everybody. If you are so super Californian that you can't see any problems in California, that's sad. You should always be looking to see how the state community could be benefited more from your leaders, because they're enriching themselves and they're not doing a kick-ass job. No state tax will operate a surplus. More renewables in California growing like crazy. So are we the ones who are exploiting the world? Yeah, I mean, we're exploiting. Our government, the Republicans and Democrats, got together to get rid of a lot of almost all the manufacturing in America, and they did that because the companies and where do you think when those jobs left and those industries left, they had to look to us for that tax revenue. So that started the downfall there. Absolutely. That's what started the downfall there with why we're at where we're at now. Massachusetts is an expensive state to live in, but the education system is outstanding. That's good. Does the dude that got arrested in Washington for setting those fires, does he even deserve? If he killed anybody, listen, how many people died from those fires? I know at least one did. I think they found one person in a burnt down house. You're my age. Oh, so even longer ago then. Well, yeah, brother. When you were in 4th grade, that was like 30 years ago. More, it's like 40 years ago. There's a lot's changed. A lot's changed. Yeah, that was the golden era. That's thunder. Lightning, I mean farmers who grow doodles for the whackers. Here, get yourself a hat or a shirt. Yeah, get yourself a hat or a shirt. 110thgrade.com. Oh, there's my glycinate and GABA. Hey, that's me. Yeah, bam. Wackadoo. 110th grade. I'll get you a shirt. Why does religion cause division amongst our species? So one of the biggest things with humans is we don't know what happens after death. So a lot of the world's religions come to different conclusions of how you can treat people while on Earth and what the reward is, so to speak, when you die, or what happens when you die. That right there causes a very big rift. Just like how you're willing to treat people. So some religions allow you to treat like women not as kick-ass as others do. Some have different outlooks on how people should be treated, and that causes a big rift. through the religious sect, and also like how you can treat your enemies, how how you can treat non-believers. That's what I would say. My God is stronger than smarter than your God. Religion is actually why we have civilization. Yeah, I agree. People all came together. People would come together and just the framework of how to run civilization, like the justice system and things along those lines, instead of just people killing people for stealing something or cutting their arm off. Why would religion cause a division? Yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah. Yes, Buckeye. It's a double-edged sword. I was only addressing specific claims, man. Without religion, you have no civilization. Yeah. No, I mean I agree. Regardless what you think about religion, it's what motivated a lot of people to create what we have, and that it was a civilization, like seeing people as human, as like brother and sister, and and being able to build and make sure that the people under your kingdom don't suffer. And then there are absolute people that like, if you're secular or atheist, you think, oh, this is just an accident. This is a bunch of stardust. We're all just basically grown up bacteria, and so I can treat you however you want. And that's absolutely religion can bring people together. It can also drop people. Yeah, absolutely. Massachusetts, not religion specifically. Please say Islam, Buddhists are different, killing people for their religion. That's a problem. Genetics. What about genetic alternating drugs and steroids? What about genetically alternating drugs, steroids? Who knows the future will go into really grow them? Brother, listen. So I thought it was odd in like the 80s and 90s when stem cells started to become a big thing, and like America and like we banned studying them and making them use as a but then like now cord blood, and I've heard that there's people taking cord blood for their kids, and like really wealthy people that can have their kid, like if they're when their kid grows up, if they have like a liver issue when they're adults and they have cord blood stored, they can grow a freaking liver from the cord blood stem cells and shit like that. It's insane. It's insane. And whether they're doing it or not, I don't know, but apparently it's possible. Because I mean, what do you think they're testing that stuff for? Why do you think they're testing like cloning and stuff like that? It ain't to make an army. They'll do that too, absolutely. But it's because people want to live forever. I'm Stone Age. So that's not playable. Yeah, that happens a lot too. It's related to more political ideas. Well, that's the problem. It's not really. What we know of it is more of a political paradigm than a religion. And you also don't know what sect. And there's a lot of like I said, PR problems like with it. So when you have people committing atrocities under your name and the other folks don't come out and say, hell no, this ain't what we do, like that's a problem. That's a problem with Christians, problem with Jews. Well, not really with Jews really, but Christians too. It's like when you have freaking like Catholic priests touching kids, you need to have like every single Catholic preacher come out and say, no, this dude's the devil, this is not what we accepted here, yada yada yada. But when you see things happen like bombings and terrorist type actions, you don't see a huge outcry from the leadership and say, no, this ain't what we do. This isn't us. That's what I make things. You ever really cut out into this Asura specifically finds actually tribal law rather than much. I think all religions try. I'm guessing you haven't looked through any of them. I haven't looked through any of them at all. Sure, bud. Sure, argue with semantics. So yeah. Yeah, I don't think you understand it yet, brother. You'll get there. Doof baboof. You'll get there, brother. Just, yeah. The thing is, you can't take what people say about religion as for what religion is. If you want to hate it, at least learn about it. Yeah, so at least now, if you're going to consider them your enemies, learn your enemy. The Salem witch trials. Yeah, they worship a moon demon called Baal. Check Discord and post a video of politics game. What happened before life? Let me see. For we guys are going freaking wackadoodle. All right, let's see.
Listen,
Listen.
I will admit, when I was in college, I was a narc. I was a narc because you know what?
I
don't
was
like
a
when people smoke
narc.
pot. So if you're out in public
What up,
smoking
Dakota?
pot, like in large groups,
Declarations out of
maybe when I
Constitution.
was like 16 at UCLA, I might have called the campus, but they didn't do anything. No
you
harm,
don't.
no foul. But
You
here's the
don't?
thing.
Cool.
I was right about pot. According to a new federal report on
so-
drug
so
use,
Tony
America's
Democrats,
consumption of
that's
weed
good. Yeah,
is
that's
at an
what I'm
all-time high, and side effects are at an all-time high as well.
What
I
do
said
you
in my
mean? Yeah. You talk about fairy tales. What do you mean you're not talking about Democrats? What religion? What religion are you talking about? That's why I said 10 Commandments. You sound like one. You sound like one. Your religious nut job. Christopher Hitchens was your hero until the very small brain dead atheist changed it with the all offensive. Yeah, that's right. That's the problem, and that's why the Democrats want to push atheism so much, because if they can convince more than 51% of the population that there is no creator, then they can change the Constitution from saying you have rights given to you by your creator. Ben Shapiro is Israel allies never spoke bad about Israel bash theory. That's Eric Corner. He just somebody sent the link. I can't. He's embarrassed. Declaration of Independence from the Constitution. What up, ND Beats? Politics is taking over my second home. Bipartisan.
Entire life, I'll say it over and over again. Weed is terrible for you and also for your life. Not just because it makes you a lazy loser, but also because it's actually bad for your brain. Let's take a look at the stats. Some of us have thought that pot is gross for literally ever. For literally ever. I will admit, back in my college days, I was a little of a narc. Back in my college days, I remember that there was 420 day on the lawn at Kirchhoff at UCLA. And it was celebrated in the school nnewspaper. And so somebody may or may not have called campus police to break up a giant bout of pot smoking on the lawn at Kirchhoff. Because gross. And also laws were on the books. Of course, the campus police did nothing. But put that all aside. No harm, no foul. No one got arrested. It was all fine. In any case, was pot a great idea here in the United States of America? The answer is nope. It was a completely crappy idea. Truly terrible idea, everyone. Well done. And thanks for all the propaganda about how marijuana was going to solve your back problem. That's awesome. Yeah, let's be real about marijuana. Marijuana is poisoning your brains at an extraordinary rate.
Yeah, definitely.
A brand new study demonstrates that millions of people aged 12 plus have been using marijuana for 20 plus of the past 30 days. We're up to 21.5 million Americans aged 12 plus, we're talking about kids very often, who are using pot on an almost daily basis. That is now more than cigarettes and more than alcohol. And that's not good. That is quite bad.
So the cartel.
So Charles Fane Lehman.
The cartel's making some freaking loot. So this is people 12 and up. So if you're under 21, you ain't getting it from the dispensary. All right. So the cartel's making some freaking money. Yeah, I think he's just a troll. He when Declaration of Independence was published, what was the Constitution ratified? 1776. It's the right-wing political movement. Which version? Pain relief from terminally ill, though. I mean, listen. Yes, that's a different ball game. That's a medical reason for it. Johnny, absolutely. If you're terminal, absolutely. But high school and junior high school age kids smoking pot freaking multiple times a week, it's definitely going to affect where we're at now. People by the religious contracts, cartel hiring minors to sell and form. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. How I think it was yesterday, I remember the day before, where 21 Jump Street is actually a thing also, where but they actually have a bunch of cartel dudes in American schools in order to supply drugs to kids in schools, high schools. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. Started at 50. I'm 74. Just going to date with my wife and her boyfriend soon. Do you have any advice, MAGA? Make him go bigger. MAGA making abusing girls acceptable? Isn't that the opposite of what MAGA's doing? I thought MAGA was like no men and women's sports. Isn't that the opposite? I'm terminal. I'm trying everything right. Yeah, me too. Please tell backdoor that Dilly is tougher than him. Dilly is tougher than backyard fun country boy. Yeah, it's not the opposite of what isn't MAGA doing the no boys and girls sports? Am I being freaking am I being what's that word? Gaslit? Yeah, they gotta be gaslit. Yeah, yeah. I thought MAGA was trying to protect or thought that they were trying to protect girls. I don't know. Majority of girls are being abused by Democrat. MAGA Epstein.
At the Free Press has a piece on this, and he points out the National Survey on Drug Use and Health estimated that marijuana eclipsed alcohol a few years back. In 2025, daily users accounted for 80% of marijuana consumption compared to 90% of cigarette smoking, but less than half of all alcohol consumption. So when we say marijuana is less bad than alcohol, well, I mean, most people were not, guzzling the beer every single day.
Guzzling the beer.
The vast majority of people who are using marijuana were using it regularly. 74% of Americans now live in a state with recreational access to pot. 79% of Americans live in a county with at least one dispensary. 18 million people, that's 1/3 of all users aged 18 and up, have reported symptoms of cannabis use disorder. Cannabis use disorder, by the way, it robs you of your ability to think. It robs you of your initiative.
Listen. We went down that rabbit hole a couple of months ago with ND Beats. We were looking into like the evidence for all that, for the dispersion of iridium around the world. We don't know. It's a theory. It's definitely a theory. But when did our evolution happen? If everything got killed from when that happened? If evolution is a thing, when did our evolution start? If everything got killed off from the FC done $100 million Democrats, Texas Democrats are. Yep, that's true. I guzzle my beers. Yeah, you should see the way drugs trailers they hide under the floorboards. Hey, somebody sent the link. Let me see who sent me the link.
Loss of control. Time spent consuming, obtaining, or recovering from cannabis use is real. You neglect your primary obligations at work, school, at home. You scale back your social or recreational activities. And again, you have to work harder to get to the same place. Americans, by the way, aren't just using pot. They are using more of it, and it is significantly more potent than it ever was.
That's true.
The active concentration of THC, which is the main psychoactive component in pot, has quadrupled in traditional plant matter and skyrocketed in processed products as well since like the 90s. And high-potency THC is what is driving a lot of this. It creates significantly more problems with perception and sense of time and short-term memory. It can induce severe anxiety, panic attacks, paranoia, or acute psychosis. And again, because so many young Americans have been using it, it just makes you dumb. So remember all of those PSAs back in the 80s and 90s saying the drugs make you stupid? And there was no. Yes.
Long-term. So I actually, brother, listen, I actually looked into that. And but you had that one guy earlier talking about fairy tales. Well, the Bible mentions dragons. And we think of that when we hear dragons as like flying, fire-breathing dragons. But if you go back and read through it, they absolutely could have been talking about dinosaurs. Brother, it's crazy. Not to mention the Clintons had a ranch next to FT. Yeah, they're all into that shit. Quite a few people quit. Because of, why would the Bible tell us about the dinos? I think they got there's mentioning some dragons in there. Bible doesn't talk about nuclear fission, right? Yes, it does mention dragons. What's up, Tara? What? They are creatures, right? And that so and if in 2004 and since then, but it's in particularly 2004, we found dinosaur remains that still stunk. It still smelled of rot. And we found soft tissues now. We found blood cells and ligaments and tendons and whatnot. You also mentioned giant, like Nephilim.
Use starting in adolescence can permanently lower your IQ by up to 8 points. That is like half a standard deviation because it disrupts your brain development. And of course, in adults, it can also create midlife brain fog, lower motivation, and learning difficulties. So, all of this rots your brain and skews your brain development. past year in daily cannabis use, there are high correlations with reporting involuntary job loss, right, getting fired, higher likelihood of missed work days. It'll bleed over into all these elements of your life. So our government decided to
a picture of Trump and Epstein, his girlfriend next to him, in Trump's lap. Was a teenage girl who was topless, pointing to a stain on his pants. It's definitely doctored. Yeah, it's definitely doctored. Yeah. Imagine Dragons. It was definitely doctored. Even the one where Trump was next to him, the actual picture, there's like 4 people between Trump and Epstein. Look, I'm saying Trump wouldn't have gotten to office if it wasn't for the Democrats. And the Democrats, if they didn't want Trump in office, they could have released the files while Biden and Harris were still in office, and we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. They should have released the files. 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 Let's see here. My mods are slow. Jeez, you're freaking slow asses. Slow ass mods. Where did I miss here? I don't know where I'm at anymore. Let's see. Ben Shapiro reminds me of a kid who reminds the teacher they forget to give out homework. Job 40:41 describes massive fearsome creatures like Leviathan, Behemoth. Some readers associate them giant reptiles, dinosaur-like creatures. Yeah, it's cool. It's pretty cool. Listen, I understanding how many people on this planet read the Bible. You should read it just for how many times it was pretty. It's the most popular book on the planet. It's worth it, even if you don't believe in it. It's act like it's Harry Potter. Read it. It'll teach you a lot about human nature. The planet had more oxygen in the atmosphere, did a lot of carbon in the atmosphere, and therefore more plants. Yeah, that's and we think that's what's happening again. That's in. It creates idiots like you. They're big bug. Yeah, big bugs. Big bugs. I got him, brother. I got him. There were people. There were no people around when the bugs were big as cars. It didn't seem like it. Or else they probably would have eaten them. Release the hounds. I'm talking about fossils of dinosaurs, ignoring the cartilage, just assembling. But it looks just like them. No problem, brother. You're good. What do you think of NLP? GLP? GLP? I don't know what NLP is. Unless I'm thinking of it wrong. Trump wears orange makeup, lifts, diapers, and a wig. Is that not transitioning? Does diapers have anything to do with transitioning? Or lifts? Does he wear a wig? I thought what's his face rubbed his hair. Who is the guy? Who is the freaking guy that they tried to cancel? Besides the Bible, what's the most popular book? You think Harry Potter? I mean, now that's a good question. Probably like Harry Potter. Yeah, something like that. Probably. Yeah, she became like a freaking multi-billionaire off that. J.K. Rowling. I'm choosing the locations. Yeah, I got it, brother. I got it in there. Got 6 toes. Lobsters. Big black butts. Thank you for weed aside for everybody out there. People can't handle it. Listen, and not only that, the strength of weed nowadays is, and the strength of the dabs and the strength of the edibles. People don't, especially at young. Can you imagine like one of your first experiences with THC accidentally eating a 500 milligram gummy? Sold giants in the mountains of Afghanistan. I heard that too. I heard that too. Yeah.
Policing things it should have policed, and to start intervening in things where it shouldn't intervene.
Russian classics, Harry Potter. What's up, Gary?
We've incentivized bad behavior on a wide variety of fronts, and then promised people literally the world. And it has not worked out extraordinarily well. Get to more on this in a moment. First, when we're younger.
All right, we get the point. We get the point, Ben. GLP. Yeah. So. Hold on. Let's make sure this ain't copyrighted music. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Oh, it does have. It's got a copyrighted song in it. Let's see what I gotta get to. Let's see what it is. 1 meter. Let's see if I can mute it. All right. Let's see. It's a great video, right? Smack about both times. Good. Waste. Mitch McConnell supposedly out of rehab. Still a picture video. Tired to see the car. And what's also interesting is it was ABC and CNN that's the one that said it. Like they're the ones you didn't see Fox News saying he was out of rehab, and like I saw the headline and it was like ABC or CNN or NBC, one of those three, and it said Mitch McConnell says he's out of rehab and heading back home. Moderation. I've asked how many ER come in Stone. Well, we'll look at that in a second. Stop Ben from talking. Just the way I get exercise tattoo poison. Is high on speed. Have you ever been using your dildo lately? No, Laser. I don't have a dildo, brother. Is that still music? Yeah, it's still the same music. We'll keep going. Let's see if this works. Can I do that? Oh, can't even see that. Does that work? Okay, I think you went away. Let's see if it worked over here. No, it didn't. There we go. All right, he can go away. I've only done we left my life. Local super cluster. Yeah, it used to be like 1 to 4%. It's real. The speed looks like bench beers. I like what this is before. This is why I believe in other life forms. The pale blue dot. Go into the brain. She's got white blood cells. She's a white supremacist. Black holes suck. Who are the giants mentioned in the Bible? Islam, we have verse talking about Moses' followers refusing to fight what they describe as people with a great strength. So there's the Nephilim. A lot of people think Mitch McConnell's either incapacitated or dead. We'll find out next week. Right? Yeah, we'll see. Or his freaking clone will come out. They're finishing up the freaking the silicon face mask. Guy's a clocksmith, master painter, composer. Why would he stop at one masterpiece? Yeah, it's possible too. He doesn't stop. Saying that there's just us is like saying there's one fish in the ocean. Brother, the very interesting thing is to find out how rare that, like, no, look, we could look around the universe pretty good, and we can't find another thing anywhere like our sun. Our sun is super rare. The sizes of other we're lightning. The sizes of other stars, the distance, the habitability zone would be so far away that it would be too cold, and you wouldn't get enough of the solar radiation, and it'd get too close, and it burns up. The gravitational, you wouldn't have tides, and not having tides would mean you don't have anything to mix up things on the ocean. So if we were Earth without a moon, we wouldn't be the Earth, right? So it's like I mean, is it possible? It's just not probable, but I mean, I think you really have to look into how rare we are. Even our spot, our local spot in the universe, how absolutely rare it is. The Goldilocks zone. Giants and fallen angel came down and made it with humans, pissing off God, flooded them out. What up, Thadiel? Matthew 11:28. Come to me, all you all are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Repent and believe in Jesus Christ. What up, Crilly? That's based on knowledge. And yeah, right. I understood. So, and there may be duplicates. Who knows? There might be trial and error that happen. Lightning bugs me. Our sun is not even big enough to go super. Right. So it seems like it's going to be around for a while. When they've advised the council, I plead the fifth. What's your opinion of take on weed and everything regarding it? Listen, weed has done a negative for a lot of kids I know. Absolutely. Absolutely. I might know 2, maybe 3 people out of the hundreds of people that I've met and hung out with, especially when I was younger, that actually like they may have had like autism or something that they benefited from it, and then didn't just go like complete overboard and got into a lot of other drugs and whatnot. I'm not saying that's weed's fault. I'm just saying, you know, it makes it seem okay, especially when it was illegal. It was like, well, if the cops, if the government's saying this is bad for you and it feels so good, what about all these other things? For adults, it's a different story. Absolutely. For adults, I say go for it. I say, especially if you have issues. But as with everything, if you've got to smoke every day, find out what's going on with you. Find out what's going on, like what you're trying to, what symptoms you're trying to cure, and try to take care of that so you're not using weed every day. If you graduate, if you get a raise, you know, don't just be like, hey, it's Monday morning, you know, let's get high. Like use it as a celebratory thing. You just made your first $10,000, your first $100,000, whatever. But all the time, I don't see a benefit. I don't see a benefit, and I don't use it. Dr. Fauci's sky blue. Damn, dude, that's a freaking lightning. Apparently, bad counsel. He's had no right at 5th minute. Yeah, I think that's why. I think that's why the council's set in the wrong spot and everything to try to have like plausible deniability that they were bad counsel. I believe that Mars is past Earth and Venus is a young Earth. The sun dies, right? It's our turn. I used to think that too. I've seen streamers mix their weed talk with the Bible. Not good. Yeah, not a good idea. Cops are at the door. Cops are at the door. Definitely 8 cops. It's freaking light. Let me turn my fan on. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can find something here. Let's see what else we can find here. Did I find that? No, I missed it too. Missed that too. Damn it. Dan Gummit. Oh, there it was. Okay, boom. All right, let me turn my fan on real quick. Oh, almost knocked over my freaking there tripod. All right. Let's see, boom. Boom. Uh-oh. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. Mars definitely, it was a planet fucked up and destroyed. Dude, listen, I even thought that like we might be hopping back and forth, but from Mars to Earth to Mars to Earth, like the reason that we built the pyramids was to make sure that we could monitor, have like solid surfaces that we could bounce radio signals off of. And like because they're lined up north to south, east to west. I thought a lot of stuff as a kid. Cosmic nomads. Yeah, I know people exist. So it's like, so God spoke again. I like third man. Jesus drank wine. God gave us everything. Green seed. Yeah. But I'm just saying, in this current society, we're constantly being deceived, and a lot of people are easy to deceive, especially that really do. Moderation discretion. Yeah, funny. When Fox stated that Mitch McConnell was released from rehab, they never showed him coming out, just like the pictures with him and his wife in the hospital bed where it's old pictures doctored. I've never tested the cheese, although I've never tasted it, although it's country is known for having the best quality in the world. Oh, you never tested it. Gotcha. I also think it has to do with medical weed for a few years, so kind of pushed. It doesn't really help with that or anything. Yeah. I think people lie. I think people are bored and they want to get high, and a lot of people lie about how the benefits they get from weed. Sure, I think some people actually do, but I think a lot of people just want to get stoned. You know, and they want to get like, dude, I remember when they were talking about the decriminalization and the medicalization of marijuana, and people were like, dude, I'm going to get the card so I can go to freaking work stoned. Like, this is what they wanted to do. It wasn't like, man, I think it's really going to finally help me out. Like, I never heard that once. We need to start making spaces like Star Trek, Deep Space Nine. I'm surprised freaking Elon hasn't set up a production crew to do that, to try to popularize the idea more and get it more into the culture. Sounds wackadoo. It's to demonize it again. Man, it's using proper pain mitigation to stifle spread against. Right, but that's different weed. That's different weed, not dispensary weed. This is all genetically modified and it's sprayed a lot of the times. Even the stuff that they say is organic is sprayed. Pot's one of the first things we had kind of talk all to before weed. Well, yeah, well, that was great. It was a great freaking plant. The fibers, the sails we weaved. You know, the burlap and the sacks. Constitution was written on hemp. You think they smoke while it's feeling? Yeah, guaranteed. My mother had followed me. I was using daily medical necessity. Brother, did you ever see this? I guess you might not have been here. I think it's folate and fibromyalgia. Fibromyalgia. Jeez, I messed that up. Fibromyalgia and vitamin deficiency. Written on him. Yeah, check this out. Certain vitamin mineral deficiencies, mainly D, magnesium, and B12, are linked to worse fibromyalgia symptoms or can mimic it entirely. Because there's no blood test for fibromyalgia, like there's no blood test for ADHD. And B12 deficiency also mimics ADHD. So think about how many dino nugget eating kids that don't want to eat freaking what they're supposed to eat. They don't want to eat their freaking vegetables. They don't want to eat their steaks. And they eat like bull crap that doesn't have any real vitamin or mineral density to it. And they end up in the ADHD chair, the doctor's chair with ADHD symptoms. They say, here's your speed. You know, and this is the thing. Mimic it entirely. It's unbelievable. What up, Crucifix? I find that planet Earth has been extremely lucky and where large meters have not hit it. You know what's really interesting, Crucifix? Look at the moon. The largest impact craters on the moon are the face of the moon that faces us, the side of the moon that faces us. So that means that the asteroids would have to come through Earth to hit the face of the moon. Yeah, brother. Spam. Weed help back pantry, like what alcohol, no driving. Yeah, just be smart about it. When people get wet, it's a totally different kind of weed. I had Freddie College used a lot of pot to handle manic depression. Medications would have worked better. Pot also, well, yeah, that's understandable. Thanks to weed, we have the greatest Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin. Maybe do have benefit from medical cards to make a brag about it. Definitely need brag, yeah. I smoke a little here and there. I've been drinking a broken Calicanil bone for 5 months. In the ear? Calicanil, is that in the ear? How do you have a broken ear bone? Am I wrong about that? Yeah. Amen. She has an immaculate diet and takes daily vitamins. Okay. Yeah, good. Hopefully she. This is my thing, especially about B12. There's this stuff in the gut called intrinsic factor. If you don't have it, which I haven't been tested, I had my freaking butthole probed to have been tested. But if you don't have it, or you have little of it, or whatever, you cannot absorb B12 from swallowed vitamins or food. So the B12 that I take is sublingual. So and it's already methylated. Okay, and so it dissolves under the tongue and absorbs into the body rather than having to go through the intrinsic factor. And if you don't have it, you're screwed. And this is what I think a lot of might be the issue for a lot of people in America, especially. I think there's something that's destroying intrinsic factor, and you have a lot of people, a lot of kids with ADHD, a lot of women especially with fibromyalgia, and if it's as easy as there's no intrinsic factor for whatever reason, and these things develop, I don't know, but yeah, it's definitely worth having a blood test to see if the vitamins she's taking are getting into her body. Would you like to go 10,000 years into the future or past? Future. Definitely future. I'm pretty sure 10,000 years in the future, we see a lot of different civilizations destroyed themselves. You're probably missing some meds. Have a fun note, your craziness. Me? It didn't take too long to get this technical capability. You've definitely advanced in a short time. Here in New York, we're allowed to 4 cannabis plants by about 14 hours. And they're 8 feet tall now. Roughly 5 days, no electricity or internet. The world's basically cooked. Neighbor smokes prescription weed because of her degenerative eyesight. Macular degeneration? Yeah, I've heard about that too. Or glaucoma. Probably glaucoma. It helps in my glaucoma. Carrington helps about 150 a million years, right? They have a cause electronic current over eddy current information. I think microplastics are linked to poor guy health. That's definitely being talked about, being definitely in the zeitgeist here. Yeah, possibility. Because a lot of plastics and stuff and soy acts as estrogen. I think that's why you see a lot of freaking ding-a-ling pills on the internet. Make sure you get some benefits. People that work out with their medical cards, they brag about it. Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely worth it. 40% of people with fibromyalgia have vitamin D shortages. Muscle weakness, inflammation, and lower pain threshold. That's basically what a lot of fibromyalgia is. B12 low levels contribute heavily to nerve pain, brain fog, and chronic fatigue. Yeah, that's freaking Boof edibles. Stinky butt Boof's edibles. I would have never guessed. I knew maybe I shouldn't talk about this. I knew a girl who boofed perks. She had one of those big syringes like that you give your dog freaking drops with or whatever. And she would crush it up and add water, put the plunger in it, yeah, and then into poop shoot. I believe humans in every great civilization, after they experienced prosperity that they were fighting for, they choose self-destruction. Can you explain why New Jersey doesn't provide plastic shopping bags anymore? To piss you off, to try to get everybody to be as irritated as possible, then to blame it on the other party and then say, vote for me and we'll make the world better again. Walrus, we call you. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Listen, those things break down a lot faster than said. And also, you could also use corn-based plastic bags that break down a lot faster. So, yeah, they could absolutely make your lives easier. They just don't want to. And look, something like that. Like, I remember when Trump came into office, nailed it. Trump came into office, and one of the first things he did was allowed plastic straws to be used again, because the paper straws came in a plastic wrapper. Yeah, it's stupid stuff. This is what happens. Somebody has a buddy in like the paper industry, and it says, hey, if I give you $50,000 to help get into office, will you pass a law that no plastic bags can be used so I can sell millions of more paper bags? This is why that stuff happens. I got locked in my bathroom for 3 days without statin drugs, blood pressure meds, or my meds for depression. After 2 days without, I started hallucinating. Everything was moving. Damn. Maybe fibro causes the vitamin deficiency. Either way, but if it causes the vitamin deficiency, then you need to make sure that you have more so that vitamin deficiency doesn't deteriorate the rest of the body. Yeah, I'm not saying but does it cause it, or is it that whatever fibromyalgia's main trigger is, main cause is it because the body can't absorb or create or make vitamin D properly, and it can't absorb B12 and magnesium properly? So this is the result. See, this is the things like fibromyalgia that they don't have a blood test for. So they can't take your blood and say, yep, you tested positive for fibromyalgia. They press on like 18 different spots on your body. And if you have sensitivity in more than like 8 of those spots, then you're considered to have fibromyalgia along with like brain fog. So is it causation or correlation, right? Like that type of thing. But regardless, the most important thing, the body needs to make sure it needs the B12 so you can repair the nerves. The nerves, absolutely, it's very important. And so yes, if she's taking vitamins, she need like you should it's definitely worth looking into. That's all I'm saying. Humans have destroyed civilizations, allowing peasants to vote. Yeah, that's almost how it goes every single time. Other states have, yeah, right. It's because local buddies, they got buddies in some industry that they want to make. Laced with fentanyl, the doctor gave her a medical card. Democrats destroys every single civilization. Soy bags. You remember when Trump shit his diapers on television? Somebody mentioned that earlier. I didn't see it. But only in New Jersey. Do you also think jokes smoke is a possibility? Am I repeating that again? Actually, the Greeks did not invent democracy. That was Athenian democracy. You can't get paper bags either? Jeez. Break down the door. Can we use ocean water for any other health benefits? Sea salt. So water was how we used to get all of our minerals. But too much ocean water, especially drinking it, can cause big problems. But like that's how we used to get our minerals. The reason we need to supplement, most people need to supplement with minerals, is because if you don't have well water or lake water that you're getting your water from that's got dissolved minerals in it, you're getting this purified filtered water that doesn't have these minerals in it. And then how else you get in your body? I miss paper bags. They're sugar bad. I agree. If doctors are smart, why are there so many? I'm just kidding. The foot bone's connected to the Achilles tendon bone. I remember wrapping my books in paper bags. Me too. I did too. Absolutely. So we can write anarchies on them and freaking our band names and stuff like that. What up, T-shirt Matrix? Trump shits his diapers all the time. You saw it. It's all. Bam. It's all saw it. All right. Let's see. Bam. Man. Internet.com. Okay, let's see. New York Deputy Commissioners get away. Oh, let's see what this is. Ew, the guy behind him. Ooh, what up, flat world? Vegans and far left wingers are gay. Damn, dude. JFK was elected at the age of 43. Yeah, youngest president, right? I can't huff paint problem. Freaking wackadoodle. The gut is our second brain. That's right. And people do not realize that most of the serotonin and dopamine in the body, like serotonin system and the intestines, are super important. And when you go to a doctor with depression, often it's because when you say your brain is without testing your brain chemistry, they say you have a chemical imbalance. And they say your brain needs to use more of the serotonin it has, rather than saying, let's help the body make more serotonin. It pisses me off. A man that was in touch to the time. What up, flat world? All right, let's see.
Criminal courthouse this afternoon. 20-year-old Chase Lackard had his own arraignment. Prosecutors say it shows his mother and father driving him around this courthouse, circling no fewer than 4 times before he opened fire from the back seat of their car. Meanwhile, her husband, James Lackard, is, according to law enforcement, on the run and possibly out of state. A manhunt is underway to bring him into custody.
So yesterday we told you about the Mount Vernon deputy police commissioner, well, ex-commissioner, got arrested for driving her son away from a shooting. Well, things got worse. There's more information out there because there's now a manhunt for her husband. He has basically just bounced. And there's more information about how those parents circled the courthouse 4 times. And now she's sitting in Rikers right now. It's crazy.
So the police
Chase's mother, Jennifer Lackard, was arraigned in the same courthouse yesterday. The 49-year-old served as the deputy commissioner for the Mount Vernon Police.
Yes, the Fibonacci sequence is all over the place. Yes, it's freaking phenomenal. Gold ratio. Steve-O used to huff whippets. I was a fan of Steve-O.
Department until she was fired yesterday when news of her arrest this afternoon. 20-year-old Chase Lackard had his own arraignment. He walked into the courtroom flanked by officers, not saying anything other than to mouth the words not guilty when asked to enter a plea. He's been ordered held without bail. Meanwhile, her husband, James Lackard, is, according to law enforcement, on the run and possibly out of state. A manhunt is underway to bring him into custody. Now, mother, father, and son face a multiple felony charges, including for attempted murder.
So this woman was given this job as the second in charge of Mount Vernon police district. She was given this job. She had no previous police freaking experience, and she was given the job as second in command, and her husband is on the run because she and her husband helped her son do a drive-by at the courthouse. Whippets were fun. They were.
Murder, conspiracy, and weapons charges. On the murder charge,
So here's where it gets from a bad story to a completely wild one. So the dad is out there on the run, on the lam, I guess we would call it.
On the
Possibly
lam.
he's not even here. He's outside the state, and there's an active manhunt right now for the husband of the former police commissioner. Now, in my last video, I talked about this briefly, but James Lackard, the husband, already served federal prison time, drug charges. He pleaded guilty, did his time, and got out shortly before his wife took the Mount Vernon job. So this is not a man who had no record and suddenly starts to panic, like myself. This is a man who danced with the feds before, who knows exactly what running looks
Also
like. The
launched
dude does
cars
not
with
want to
bottle
go back to
rockets. That was
jail.
hard.
But
Yeah.
I think most likely he's going to
XTC.
probably
Older I
get
get,
caught.
Rich, the
Guys
better I
on the
get
run
with
who already
routine
have a
boringness.
federal jacket.
The older I get, Rich, the better I get with routine and boringness. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but I did deal with this. Yeah, no, absolutely, brother. Listen, absolutely. Once I found out that the cause of my issues was a vitamin deficiency, and I corrected it at 45, life existing got so much easier. It just like deciding like things made more sense, rather than waking up and just being like exhausted and be like, what can I call out at work? Yeah, things just started to flow more smoothly. Everything made more sense. Cop Talk Live is a cool channel. The dude's an ex-cop. He talks about these 4'11", 80-pound women who are being hired to set out patrol cops. I'll have to check that out. Cop Talk Live. At that level, why would you mess with a dude with that kind of past? Not only that, I guess they were already married, but she had no so he was in the gang selling heroin, and then she gets a job in 2020 as a freaking deputy commissioner, second highest in the police force. All right, Sharaj, have a good night. Have a good night, brother. I got home and working for like 30 minutes or longer. Yeah, I get home and work out for like 30 minutes longer. Right. Isn't it crazy? You give your body what it needs and it helps you. And yeah, it's insane. We've got to get this information to the youth. We've got to get it into the school system so people don't suffer. But I know it's super profitable for the pharmaceutical companies. Absolutely. Keep telling myself I was going to do it one day. Yep. I smoke both in moderation.
Don't last long. They know the system, and the system knows them. You don't outrun the feds. I mean, unless he left the country already. But again, at this point, this is a big deal. It's already been on the news. It's just a matter of time before he gets caught.
now investigators say his parents drove him to the scene, help him orchestrate this brazen daytime hit on a rival gang. He did not hit anyone, but surveillance video, they say, captured the entire shooting. Prosecutors say it shows his mother and father driving him around this courthouse, circling.
I mean, it's viewed as okay, yeah, because it's like as kids, alcohol was viewed as okay too, because you would drive by a liquor store, your folks would go out with their friends and have drinks, and now I'm guessing kids are growing up with that. Their parents smoking weed in the house. Now there's dispensaries on the corner and whatnot, so yeah, they're seeing it as okay.
No fewer than 4 times before he opened fire from the back seat of their car.
Multiple shots are fired in the direction of a group of individuals. This appears to be gang-related, as one of the individuals that was in that group is a member of a rival set.
So going back to the shooting that the parents now, not just the mother, but the mother and father allowed their 20-year-old criminal degenerate son to shoot at rival gang members in front of a courthouse.
They don't care. Listen. Kids these days, young adults, they do not care. They will get worse jobs so they can smoke weed. They will get lesser paying jobs so they can smoke weed. I see it time and time again. I've tried to help people get jobs, and they're like, "Do they drug test?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, nah, dude, ain't interested. Too much stress. I'm like, what? I'm addicted to cigarettes. Occasionally smoke the weed. It takes me 3 days to finish a pack of cigarettes. I'm not drinking so much. I understand what they're saying. People never smoke a cigarette, would never smoke crack, but they would totally smoke a blood. Yeah, that's it. I guess I agree.
Times. This is the part where she says, well, she panicked. She's just a mom. She didn't know what she was doing. That defense is dead. It doesn't make any sense. You don't circle the courthouse 4 times by accident or from panicking. You don't take turns behind the wheel by accident. Prosecutors say both parents drove, mom and dad, tag teaming the getaway car while their son shoots from the back seat. This is not a scared mother making one bad split decision call. This is a plan. This is a crew. This is a family operating like a gang unit. And she was second in command of the police department. 6+ years. The person whose whole job is to stop things exactly like this. She knew what a coordinated hit looked like better than anybody because she was sworn to.
No, listen. Alcohol is clearly worse, but weed, like kids, I think we should raise the drinking age to 25. But also, the weed age is 21, but kids like the video we watched before this, they were talking about the data like 30% of kids 12 and or adult. It said people 12 and over. You know, so it's like if they got data on 12-year-olds getting stoned, especially on today's type of weed, like alcohol is probably second, first, second, dangerous. I'm gonna play it. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty, especially. Yeah, I'll just agree with you. Yes, I agree. Weed shouldn't be a concern unless it's driving, job, heavy dangerous, and a surgeon. Hashtag free the weed. Free the weed.
To stop them. Instead, she's doing laps around the block waiting for the target. So I don't know what kind of defense she's going to pull because 4 laps is intent. 4 laps around that courthouse is a decision that you made over and over 4 separate times. And each time you had the chance to say, no, we're not doing this. We're going home. I'm a cop. But she didn't. She just continued to hit the gas. So this is not a mistake. This is a choice that she made 4 times over.
So here's the text. So Chase Lackard allegedly, according to the indictment, texted his mother, "Be directly in front when I leave." She responds, "When?" He writes back, "You can't just sit directly outside. It has to be timed right."
So essentially here you have the son saying, I'm about to do a shooting. You can't, Mom, you can't just sit out there. It's going to be too obvious.
Right. And so Chase Lackard, I want to show you this video too. So Chase Lackard is a known gang member. He is a member of the Slutty gang. No, I'm not making that up. That's what it's called. And apparently back in November of 2024, Chase Lackard, was involved in this shooting.
And here's a receipt that puts this all together. We talked about this.
Absolutely. Made Kool-Aid Doritos rich. Absolutely. Kids that have screwed themselves smoking weed at a young age because it's stunning their cognitive growth. Right. I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely agree. Listen, and I know I didn't smoke weed as a youth. Like I probably got stoned a dozen times from the age like 15 to 21. And like I know people that smoked like daily, and I know them now in their 50s, and they definitely are not much farther along than they were when they started smoking. Natural reggae weed growing in the banks of rivers in the 1970s, not very addictive at all. It was only like 1 to 4% THC. Now that's like 26 to 40%. At ADHD a little bit. Well, that's a different ball game. That's a different ball game. But what about the kids that don't? You know that you know. And what was it bad that you had, like? Did you feel that you needed to be calmed down? Like, what was so bad with having ADHD? I think one of the big problems with ADHD is they have boys and girls in the same class, and a lot of times, a lot of my hyperactivity was me showing off to the girls. Yeah, they're dumb, dude. Dumb. I can't believe she did this. And her husband spent like almost 10 years in federal jail just before she got this job as freaking number 2, right over them, which has directly ties to mass shooters. Yeah, absolutely, abso-freaking-lutely. Yeah, there's lots of GMO strains out there. They're mixing shit for chemicals, and they're spraying it with all kinds of pesticides and stuff, and all kinds of growth hormone stuff to try to get it to grow, to get more bulk. Got their claws and seeds all up plant. An abnormality. What confuses us about weed doesn't really understand showing your body different smoke. Smoke is still bad with the lungs. That, yeah, right. Edibles are probably, I mean, actual old school, like edible, like when you actually used flour to make like a butter extract and then made brownies, like that kind of stuff. Not freaking, you know, these like absolute just THC. Like you don't have the other compounds that have a positive effect on some people. You don't have the CBD in there and stuff like that. 15 to 21, what's wrong? Don't think people's trying to until they're 25 or 30 years old. Grass wasn't developed. Yeah, right. I agree. Yeah. And they know that. The people that are selling it know this. GMO is a strain that's called that. And it's not GMO. It's just a strain they call it that. I didn't smoke for first since I was 17. I had an older brother. So he was 19 when I was, he was not 19 when I was 15. Where kids may stupid if pot nowadays are potheads. She was second in command.
This before, but the text messages. The son is writing text messages talking about be in front of the place when I leave. And the mom, the deputy commissioner, is writing back that he can't just sit out front. This has to be timed right. She's not asking, what the hell are you doing? Get back home. We need you to get your stuff together. She's not saying, Chase, don't do this. She's coaching the getaway. She's a tactical advisor. The kid is about to open fire outside a criminal courthouse, and the mother's concern is the timing of the exit. And I don't know why I keep calling him a kid. He's a 20-year-old man. But yeah, this is a coordinated effort from the grown man and his mother.
She was in court yesterday, and now she's on Rikers. They're not clear. She clearly hasn't come up with the bail money yet.
$75,000 is
right,
the bail. So he theoretically could have a bail set today too, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he'll get out because you have to make bail before you get out.
Right, you got to come up with the cash.
Usually it's your parents who help you come up with it. But in this case, it's a lot more complicated.
She also has some legal troubles of her own. Yeah, she has been fired, Mount Vernon, and in a statement, the city said that she's not
like after they finished in the fields, after they spent freaking 12 hours in the fields from freaking 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., then they would sit down, eat dinner, and freaking roll a freaking pinner. Right, like for because they just did a bunch of work that they're like, you know, not just like, I woke up, so let's get done. Get away. Good movie. People instead use it for instant gratification. Yeah, right. Rather than saying, "Hey, I did something good. I completed a goal," and then I've taken credit every day for almost 10 years. Extracts or ground leaf. We gummy bears. I could have wrong. Right. Surprised she didn't get paid for leaving. Right, that's what I thought. That's what when I first started too. I was like, did they fire?
Accused of any wrongdoing in the furtherance of her job.
Yeah.
So this happened outside of her job, but nonetheless, the city has cut ties with her. She's no longer employed by the city of Mount Vernon, and this story is one of the crazier ones that I've come across in recent memory.
This moment and probably many moments.
You're lucky, dude. You're lucky. Yeah, lucky. Or that the new the new compound that I can't remember, the one that's not 70H, but the new one that they replaced it with after 70H was done. Yeah, dude. Like I talked to a bunch of people that went down a freaking rough. They were saying that the withdrawals from the 70H and the pseudo something, it was worse than fentanyl. So cool. Don't do that. Because the difference between kratom and those extracts is, yes, there is some 70H in kratom. Yes, there is some pseudo in kratom, but at small amounts. And the ratios and the other compounds that are in the leaves and the fiber that's in the leaf doesn't allow you to take a pound of it at one time. Right, so there, when you're taking it gets digested and moves slowly. It's a different ball game. It's like trying to get high eating coca leaves or using cocaine. It's a different ball game, absolutely. And the receptors that it works on. Why am I getting advertisements for ED all of a sudden on my stream? On my stream? Oh, it's like it's turned off. There are people who work with their friends who said are basically totally from South Park when it comes to weed. I'm not that. Oh, yeah, I get it too. Turn off personalized ads for YouTube. You want the problem. Smoking weed doesn't count for the cigarettes, so it harms your lungs, but still weed smoke does. It absolutely does. Absolutely does. What's that? Flashing the sky. Creative is beneficial for a lot of people. It's not poison. Yeah, it's beneficial, sure, absolutely. But the problem is what they did with it. When they started using like 7-OH and can't remember the name of it.
Before this, the badge meant nothing to her. Everything that she was supposedly hired to do, reform, wellness, keeping the community safe, collapses into one text about how to get away clean. This whole situation reads like someone who was in this crime culture the whole time and just who happened to have a badge. This is basically straight out of the movies that we all watch. This is straight out of like The Departed.
No. Right, but it's marketed just like how Splenda was marketed. It's made from sugar, so it's just as good as sugar. It's made from crack. No. That's like saying coffee and caffeine extracts are the same thing. Yeah, most people in the population is that size of brainwashed electronic dysfunction. I think there's a lot of people that buy it just for porn. As option, this came out smoking weed doesn't harm you. Was it affect where you think it came from? Your opinion. I was saying, in your opinion, where do you think that the whole smoking weed doesn't harm you affect you? Where that came from? It came from the people that were marketing it, the people that had lots of weed to sell and wanted a market, wanted to convince people young that there was nothing wrong with it, it wouldn't do anything. Same thing with cigarettes. 3 out of 4 doctors prefer Kent cigarettes. Yeah, no, it's the same. It's just marketing. It's yeah. I never had ads and shit. Yeah, I usually turn them off. I turn them off before I go live. I have an option to either monetize or demonetize. After the live gets posted, there's ads on it, but not during the live stream. How do you get testosterone by doing manual? By manual play? Yeah. Making sure your zinc levels are high enough. I know a guy who constructs 8 crowd and drank like 10 energy drinks every day. He's still alive somehow. Adrenaline dump, A human body is fascinating, yet resilient, so fragile. I know somebody's ecstasy as well. Somebody's like that with ecstasy. 10 monsters in Kratom. That's a lot. Stevia, I drank about 5 months at a time. I drank 5 monsters a day at times. Okay. If you need it for poor and you have serious health, yeah, I think a lot of people do, brother. I think a lot of people do. I think, listen, a lot of people aren't dating. So it's like, what are you using it for? Obviously, if the ads weren't making the companies money, they wouldn't keep running ads.
Cop who's the bad guy the entire movie, how many tips she buried? How many people got a heads up? We don't know.
Right.
But when the getaway coaching is this smooth,
so if her son was in a gang and her husband was in a gang and she's now second in command in the police department, how many people, like when they were setting up raids and shit, got a call to say, hey, move everything out? People used to, but now that's their whole sex life. You drink 5 monsters. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. Yeah, that's really a bad idea. Really, really, really a bad idea. Any of that shit, any of that bullshit, that energy drink stuff, absolutely whack. I have medically twice the size heart and lung capacity as a normal human, but twice the bone density. Wow, I'm a mutant. Yeah, what's up, Eric? It is scary.
Have to ask some questions. And here's the part that should make anyone just really, really annoyed. The city's response was, well, this was unrelated to her duties. Nothing to see here. Thank you very much. Are you kidding me? Let's talk about how she got there. Appointed deputy commissioner in 2020.
What up, Stevie?
No prior law enforcement experience.
No prior law enforcement.
Handed a brand new 6-figure position. And her husband, the co-founder of the reentry agency, had just got off a federal drug conviction. That's on the record. That's not a secret. You can just do a simple Google search. So my sharpest question isn't even about her today. It's about the people who hired her.
I forgot my mail.
Who vetted this? Who looked at a family with a federal drug conviction attached and her son probably going in out of jail and said, you know what? Let's make her second in command of the police department. That's the failure. That's a system that puts someone with this type of connections one step away.
Yeah, listen, they're not doing that. You probably got a bunch of gang members in that freaking thing. Look, you never had police experience before and you go to second in command, 6-figure job, never having any previous experience at all. and you never, and no one even checked to see if your husband did freaking 10 years for freaking selling heroin, and her son was shot twice by police previously. Yes, ridiculous. My heart's enlarged because my body adapted to being injured and losing blood all the time. DEI. Yeah, I actually heard something interesting about the DEI stuff. When it comes to police, that what they were doing was getting, and this is kind of odd because it connects, is they were getting people from the gangs in to like they were trying to defund the police so crime would go up, and then when police had to be refunded at a higher level, they would get to choose who they put in using under DEI, so they would get people that were part of the local gang. Stop drinking. Yeah, caffeine's rough. My niece is trying to become a cop. I told her it's not what she thinks it is. Yeah, not what you think it is. I have coffee in the morning. Me too. I have, yeah, but people that drink it like a pot a day and shit like that, you got to find out what's wrong, why you feel like you need extra energy like that if your body's not producing it. It's real. The world's better place with you in it. Thank you, brother. He says, add 1 or 2 monsters nowadays. Yeah, I don't drink none of that stuff. Fight crime with crime.
Of course. Unrelated to her duties? No. This is exactly about your duties, Mount Vernon. Your duty was to vet this person. Your duty was to know who's carrying the badge. Clearly they didn't do that. Now there's a manhunt for the ex-commissioner's husband. So now we have the former police commissioner. She's still in Rikers. I guess she may be having some financial issues. She didn't bail out. So you have a son held without bail. Her son is looking at 25 plus years. He's a known gang member who has been shot by...
Right, yeah. And then start dissolving everything from the inside out. Like if you can imagine that you had worked out this program where you get to choose somebody at the top in the DEI department gets to choose who gets hired. And you don't think if you get somebody that's got gang ties at the top, that's not going to take a bunch of people in their gang and then here her sons, the mother and father are driving the son around. The son was supposed to show up to court for a gun charge, and the mother and father drive around the courthouse 4 times. The son jumps out, shoots at somebody, and she's the second in command. I couldn't be a cop after that job. I have a lot of patience. Yes, sir. I drink coffee. I might drink 2 cups a day. On average, I drink 1. Probably twice a week, I have 2 cups. Insanity does not believe the idea of equality, the idea of equity. Yeah, that's the problem. Is equality is already legalized. Like it's already become part of law. Like you have to treat people equally with equality, equally. But equity is where it got wackadoodle. It's communism. What up, William? Good old Frontier. Jess, I drink coffee. Yeah, that's what I have a lot of my supplements in. I don't just drink coffee with sugar in it. I drink coffee with a bunch of supplements. I used to drink a 12-pack of Dr. Pepper every other day. Now I quit. I used to drink a 12-pack of Coca-Cola a day. I put college. Yeah, I do too. Yep, absolutely. Maybe she's safer in prison. I mean, not if she's actually in the gangs and like she's got the opposite opposing gangs. But then again, then she's probably got people on her side too, and her son obviously was in the gang life, and now he's in jail. There's a slight chance I was born as a mutant, just letting y'all know. We have cookie L-lysine
police before, and now you have a father because that man doesn't want to go back to jail. This is one family, one household in this area, and one person who's supposed to be.
I take a lot. If you go to my website 110thgrade.com, first of all, you can get yourself a wackadoo shirt or a wackadoo hat. But also, if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see all the supplements I take. So I take vitamin K2, I take methylfolate, I parasite cleanse Paragard. Quercetin is a zinc ionophore. So that, and then I take a zinc supplement, zinc bisglycinate, creatine. So every morning, so my coffee is creatine, collagen, cocoa, 100% cocoa, and coffee and a sugar enough to taste. But I take B12. I had ADHD I was medicated for like 35 years. Then finally, when I was 45 years old, I found out that I had a B12 deficiency, so I'm not medicated with anything at all. I just take B12 and then my other vitamins. I had a vitamin deficiency that masqueraded itself as depression, anxiety, because that's what happens when you have vitamin deficiencies. Lysine is good for your skin if you have acne. Immune system would just destroy it. Who's the girl model in the shirt? That's me in trans. I have heard, yeah. That's just another one of the amino acids. Yeah, bet maybe she'll get a crushy place like Maxwell. Oh, cushy place like Ghislaine Maxwell. I made a bit of money betting on sports. Is this plutonium? The KK comment. The KK comment. You have anxiety bad? Yeah. Listen. So let's watch it. Finish watching this real quick. And then we'll get right into that. This is the
wall between the household and the badge.
Thank you, brother.
She was allegedly driving the getaway car.
Really?
So we'll see what happens in the next couple of days. Yeah. Maybe they'll find this dude. Maybe he'll turn himself in. If he already left the state, then the feds are on him. That's even a bigger problem. But we'll see what's going on with the rest of this.
All right. So K2, MK7. So there's two main types of K2, MK7 and MK4. MK4 only lasts about 4 hours in your body. MK7 lasts more than 8. So it has more time to make sure you're not insufficient throughout the next day. I just heard anxiety can be physiological. It's sure. It could be. It's usually in the guts, but there is easy ways to find out if you're not taking B12 and methylfolate. Okay, so look. Vitamin B12 deficiency and anxiety. All right, so vitamin B12 can directly cause or worsen anxiety, panic, and irritability. It happens because B12 is vital for nervous system and health regulation, and the creation of mood-regulating brain chemicals like serotonin and dopamine. So, like when you go to the doctors and you're depressed, and they say, oh, you don't have enough serotonin in your brain, let's give you some SSRIs. Rather than saying, let's make sure you got enough B vitamins in your body to create the serotonin. It pisses me off. It really pisses me off. Correlation to the people that were the mass shooters. Uses of Ritalin. Open your eyes. All right, so, and then we'll do this. Folate. Folate deficiency can cause or worsen anxiety by lowering brain chemicals needed. B9 disrupts it. Low B9 disrupts serotonin, dopamine, GABA, and homocysteine levels. Homocysteine is one of the stress. Doing strange breathing techniques. Yeah. No words, brother. I have B12, vitamin D3, K2, and magnesium. Yeah, good. I just took some magnesium on stream. Yeah, absolutely. Or deficiency. But so if it's a B12 that you swallow, and if you don't have if your guts aren't in kick-ass working order, or you're missing something from your guts, you can't absorb B12 from your diet or swallowed pills. So I have these that dissolve under the tongue and absorb directly into the mouth. I don't want to worry about what job I've done. I told my doctors to go screw themselves and quit taking it. Salutations, Papa Val. Smartest move I ever made. I don't know, my dad's petrochemistry. He took a lot of the ingredients to, well, it's like, hell no. I got the GABA bad. I got the GABA. I'm a fan of GABA, not gabapentin. GABA. GABA is chill. Absolutely. The GABA system is what benzodiazepines work on, so you can just get GABA. That's GABA. Yeah, GABA. It's an actual thing. Yeah. GABA and anxiety. GABA is the main gamma-aminobutyric acid is the main calming chemical in the brain. It acts like the natural brake system to slow overactive nerve systems and stress and worry. Them damn hippies, commies. Yeah, so yeah, and it's very cheap. And if anybody is interested, I've got a link. You can give me 50 cents. They helped try price of gabapentin and oxycodone. I said, hell, yeah. That's no bueno. That's no bueno stuff. Sam here, yeah. Go figure. I love the internet, dude. This is like a video game to me. Oh. Yeah. I'm not a big fan. And if you're on a lot of kratom t-shirt, that can also stop the absorption of some vitamins and minerals, especially if you're taking a lot. Like if you got freaking green poops because you're eating freaking a lot of kratom. Same stuff on school shooters. Yeah, same school shooters. Them damn school shooters. That's the same. Tennis Star, everything not in development in Africa, Mortal Kombat 2, Slow Roads, eBay had this couple pay. eBay had to pay this couple $56 million for stalking them. Well, that backfired. Serial arson suspect was charged.
Tonight, as firefighters continue.
Yeah. All benzodiazepines. All benzodiazepines do. Klonopin, Valium, Xanax. Yeah, all benzodiazepines work on the GABA system because we are intelligent. Doris Hammer. The doctor said he was the wealthiest person. The doctor said I was the healthiest person he's ever seen. Good. Once you get a terrible haircut and write a manifesto, it's over. I tried Oxycontin 7.5 after I got wisdom teeth ripped out and I hated the feeling. My legs went cold and numb. Holy shit. Yeah, that's no bueno.
Serial arsonist and 37-year-old Aaron Fernacci. Fernacci now charged with intentionally starting the most destructive fire in Spokane's history and 4 other counts of first-degree arson dating back to July of last year.
Aaron Forrest Fernacci.
Detective Sharon Fernacci initially denied responsibility, but then gave a detailed description of Spokane's Old Trails fire that destroyed hundreds of homes in Saturday's fast-moving inferno.
Yeah, same here.
Investigators say he shared how he planned and executed his plan to start fires and maximize the spread.
I'm tired of
he planned it 2 weeks earlier, even researching the weather to ensure a dangerously hot and windy day.
Yeah, dude, don't do it. Don't do it, brother. I've been there. Dude, listen, I had restless leg syndrome, and that was also part of the vitamin B12 deficiency because you need B12 to make dopamine, and restless leg syndrome is can be triggered from low dopamine can be triggered from a vitamin deficiency. So I was on, he gave me 3 milligrams, 1 milligram Klonopins at nighttime to knock me out so my freaking restless legs wouldn't keep me up. And that's crazy because I didn't have any insurance, so I couldn't get like Requip or something. That was one time I had a fever and my hands just felt like 2 balloons. My hands felt just like 2 balloons. I got the feeling once again. I can't explain. You would not understand. This is not how I am. I have become comfortably numb. Bam. Perfect BMI, perfect blood pressure, perfect muscle density, biggest ding-a-ling. I don't know if it was an allergic reaction. Yeah, apparently my aunt was allergic to codeine. What up? I used to be Dave. Ecstasy. It's called Pink Floyd syndrome. Yeah, it's probably low B12. Probably you should look into it, brother. You should, if you got B12, you should look into one that dissolves under the tongue. Could you short out my friend Patterson? What up, Patterson? Yeah, I bet you didn't have less linked until you saw the commercial. No, I didn't see the commercial. This was 15 years ago. I mean, I've never seen a commercial. But no, it was me explaining it to the doctor and him like, no, you've got restless leg syndrome. That's the first time I've ever heard of it. I did take fentanyl after a kidney transplant, but not even Tylenol after that. I am the Floyd.
Adding, the 37-year-old admitted he feels fire is powerful, beautiful, and said arson is an easy crime to get away from. Court documents going on to say Fernacci claims to have ignited 25 fires near his home between July and August of last year and was questioned by police multiple times but never arrested.
You believe you have the sole person responsible in custody?
Yes, we do.
Sheriff John Knowles speaking to the challenge of proving arson cases.
Why were charges not filed against him last year?
Back to when those investigations happen, you have to have people who can reasonably put a suspect in a certain place at a certain time.
And in the Old Trails fire, authorities have just that. Eyewitnesses who contacted police after spotting Farinacci acting suspiciously near where that massive fire began.
Morgan joins us again now live from Spokane. And Morgan, there's been some success in getting these fires contained, but you're being told tonight there's a new risk in the days ahead?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. 100-degree temperatures and the return of those gusty
Tom.
winds leave the sheriff saying even the smallest spark could start an entirely new blaze here.
Tonight, as firefighters continue to battle the
Listen. These areas want their crime numbers to go down. They want their crime numbers to go down. They want to be like, look, we're just as good as the other states. And they do that by not freaking arresting people or changing their charges. So to say, like when they do convictions, if like using murder down to like illegal discharging of a firearm, or attempted murder down to illegal discharging of a firearm. Yep. RoboCop. Back to you, Rich. Hi. Back to you. Well, the movies of Chicago is the test bed. Shit. Yeah, we need Captain Planet. We need some Captain Planet back in his action. We can see it's taken care of here. Boom, boom, boom. Captain Planet was an annoying little troll. Let's see. With our powers combined. With our powers combined. You gotta be kidding me. Weird blue dude hanging out with kids, giving them gifts. I agree. A progressive love, soft crime policy. Yeah, the woke judges. Yeah, listen. So this is what's gonna happen. No, I'm not gonna say it yet. All right. We wanted to take pollution down to zero. Captain Handicap. He's fake. Officer Tatum just exposed everything. Everything development now is not Africa. Royal jelly is so expensive. Tennessee's primary. Republicans' unprecedented move in their efforts to prosecute Fauci. Brothers 4 and 7 take parents' car. Brothers 4 and 7 take parents' car. Injure pedestrian.
Police have just confirmed that 2 kids, both under the age of 10, stole their parents' car and crashed
How come
it
they did not come across law-abiding
That
citizens?
vehicle on top of that sidewalk, almost hitting that home. We're told that people behind the wheel were 2 siblings, 2 brothers who stole their parents' vehicle and crashed into this corner home. We also learned that they actually crashed into a pedestrian who's between the ages of 20 to 25 years old, who was walking her dog.
Investigation showed that 2 young juveniles under the age of 10 were driving a vehicle northbound on 35th Avenue. When that vehicle sideswiped another vehicle that was traveling southbound on 35th Avenue. Upon sideswiping that vehicle, the vehicle lost control and unfortunately collided with a pedestrian walking a dog northbound on 35th Avenue.
Police have just confirmed that 2 kids, both under the age of 10, stole their parents' car and crashed it, hitting a woman.
That vehicle on top of that sidewalk, almost hitting that home. We're told that people behind the wheel were 2 siblings, 2 brothers who stole their parents' vehicle and crashed into this corner home. We also learned that they actually crashed into a pedestrian who's between the ages of 20
Can we
to
talk about how
25 years
progressives
old,
live?
who was
Yes,
walking her
right,
dog.
yeah. Grand Theft Auto kids. Kids these days. That didn't steal my parents' car until I was 11.
35th Avenue. When that vehicle
What up, Dr. Wiener? Yeah, plus green bullets. Also, Whoopi was the COVID guy, right? Yep.
The vehicle lost control and unfortunately collided.
Yep, I was an 11. Actually, it says 4 and 7, but I guess the law is under 10, so they didn't say their ages, but 4 years old and 7 years old. Unbelievable. All right, let's see. The traders. eBay stalkers. Where'd all the good people go? World's fastest Lego auto clicker. Everything about development that is not Africa. The left has no one left. Uh-oh. I made an apple peel itself. Forget fobs and bring back keys. Yeah, what was so wrong with keys? Whoopi needs to give me some reparations. I don't like her face or attitude. Someone owes me for that. Yeah, right. What's wrong with keys? What's wrong with keys? And the thing is, there's a key inside of the fob usually. When the key fails, the battery fails, you got to be able to use the freaking key. She did give a Sister Act. That's right. And Sister Act 2. Which is ironic, because she's basically a Satanist. Okay, tennis co-star takes on men and women's sports. Interstate, thread the needle. Wow. Mondami booed off stage. Let's see. Universal size chart. Ancient sayings, divine blessing, sharpest nose cone ever. They outsmarted flock cameras. Will they use a mirror? The fibrovisor. Oh yeah, Ghost. Yep, Ghost. Yep. Ex-cop versus 20 liberals. You saw that guy. You saw that freaking the communist Democrat guy. The guy that's got the hammer and sickle tattoo on his shoulder. Democrat. The guy that was running as a Democrat in Hawaii get knocked out. I wonder if she saw Robin Williams' mental deterioration. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah. I would guess. Dude got freaking knocked out. He's out there in his little shorts and his tattoos with his freaking hammer and sickle on his shoulder, saying he's going to shoot a woman because her husband asked him to turn the music down. I have a feeling that Rob Williams is definitely not on the Hollywood list. Yeah, probably wasn't. That's probably why they killed him. Captain Planet was 1990, 1996. I was born in 93. I was born in 77. Why do I remember that show my brother watched it? Why do they think they call it television programming? I met my wife at a pottery class she was teaching, just like in Ghost. Oh, Dakota, subliminal. What up, Lando? Ain't seen you in a while, brother. How you been? Let's see. Not a good day. 2 hours ago. Rescue. They took LMNOP from the ABC song? You gotta be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. I felt bad for the Mexican Captain Planet. He got shafted with a weak ring. Yeah. Would be cool if someone named Dave was here. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not. Haven't seen Dave in years. They tried to hit with the guy with the lawn chair. Yeah. Dave's not here, man. I've been good trying. I appreciate you swinging in. Hit the like button. It's time a man-made concept. So that's one of the interesting things about space-time. We pretty much know that the universe came from a point, but did time exist before that happened? Robin Williams is awesome in Patch Adams and Jumanji. Yeah. I worked on Jumanji 2. He was already dead, but even though someone used to be Dave would be cool. It would be. Hey, it's me, Dave, man. I got the stuff. I see Robin Williams driving around with his son in San Francisco. I never talked to him, though. Never talked to him, though. Damn, that thing's got mange or something. Let's see. They lied. We're sick of China's robot lies. What? America's homes burned down, then Sydney Sweeney secretly shows up to serve? The meta backlash has begun. So I'm sorry, Dave. I cannot do that. Holy sheep shit. Yeah, Hook was good. Strawberry not here, man. Dave not here, man. Agreed. Good morning, Vietnam. No, I'm in precious metals. Gold, silver is what you should be looking at. Is Christopher Walken a human? No, definitely not. Yep, CERN messing with our reality, always messing with our oh damn it, what's that stuff called? The I can't remember the name of the thing that they said CERN that created. Dwayne Johnson was that overrated? Yeah. CERML. How? Open the pod bay doors. I'm sorry, Dave. I cannot do that. Stop blaming everything on I Spy books. Chemical burned lips and butt cheeks. I'm exposing the whole damn thing. F-16 at 1,300 miles per hour. Hennessy Blackbird, today's new hypercar. Let's see. Gumby activity disc. I don't remember that. What if the final cut of Robin Williams really? What do you mean if it was really? After the fake eclipse. Fahrenheit 451. What if the final cut of Robin Williams was real? There are certain things I've read on St. Louis logos, phrases, and no understand. Thor's hammer. It's the fourth turning. I feel the book was based on equilibrium. If the eclipse fake model Joyce Romero watching the ground. Mork for Mork. Yep. Soylent Green is people. Because take a picture of what's supposed to be there. Boys and girls, take this warning. If you go near the lake, keep your eyes wide open and look for a sneaky snake. I had my kids outdoor in the eclipse. I remember their excrement. Excitement. There's also, they kicked on CERN. You know, what's the thing that they said, like, with the cornucopia in, and Shack or whatever it was called. What's that thing called? I can't remember the name of that. When Rob from Photoshop, they placed a med guy. What was the name of that thing? What's the name of that freaking NASA distributed type of hour contagion? It looks kind of like the star galaxy. What is the name of the thing? That freaking thing, like the Berenstein and Berenstain. What do they call that stuff? What do they call the germ in the air? Mandela effect. Yes. Supposedly that started when CERN started. I'm still in disbelief about Moon Pie, the original John matter. Yeah, I'm still in disbelief about it too. Yep. Building is supersonic. Oh. TikTok. Perez Hilton hospitalized after self-harm on live stream. He cut himself. Jesus, Mandela effect. I remember there was a Jesus Christ Superstar that didn't have machine guns and tanks. I never watched remakes, classics. Yeah, I don't either. I don't really watch anything. It's a different text. How different do you think our ethics will be in 2100? Are you talking about like freaking just as humans? I think you're gonna have like or like if you're talking about like in politics or like just as a population, I think people will probably still have pretty much like the majority of people will have the same ethics, but like just like with politics, it's gonna ebb and flow with what the fringe wants, as always been. Never watched Oz, Willy Wonka, Johnny Depp, any of that. I've never seen the Johnny Depp version either. Don't know what the effect. Now the fact you don't know what that effect was, that effect of it. Right. I used to think that Nelson Mandela died. I thought he did too. People were saying Perez Hilton footage was really bad. What's up, Raid? I actually have the National Geographic funeral from 1981. Chocolate, the old moon pie. It's a serious book. I turned into a Tin Man. Apparently, when I asked which doesn't curse, I'll cut him up. All right, let's see what it is.
Last night we saw one of the most shocking,
I didn't hear about it,
disturbing, and saddening videos as Perez Hilton, a prominent blogger, was live streaming himself engaging in extreme acts of self-harm. For obvious reasons, we're not going to play the video, but because of the severity of this and the general message we want to get out there, we're gonna tackle this story and give you the updates as to what happened. People magazine reporting Perez Hilton hospitalized after appearing to self-harm in disturbing live stream video. I'm going to describe for you the video, but I won't show you.
Jesus Christ,
because they're too graphic.
No one's just.
And last night on Timcast IRL, in the uncensored portion of the show, I pulled the video up. We did play it. Probably should not have, but I did not realize the severity.
He made pasta sauce
because this was just a video that had appeared on X. And so we had heard that Perez Hilton was covered in blood and doing something weird. And we were like, okay, well, let's pull up the video. It's the uncensored portion, right? We'll play it. And it was very, very disturbing, to which many people are saying demonic possession is real. Now, you can call it figurative, call it literal, call it whatever you want. But let me read for you the updates to give you the news first, and then I'll explain for those that don't know what this video was. People magazine reporting.
Fruit of the Loom, apparently.
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, right. Well, the thing is, apparently, Fruit of the Loom took the cornucopia out to cause that, to keep their name in pop culture forever. So people have found in thrift stores with the cornucopia, and they were asked when Fruit of the Loom was sent an email requesting, hey, did you ever have a cornucopia? They say, no, in our archives we have no cornucopia. There's never been a cornucopia. And then people have found the Fruit of the Loom. And so there's a theory that they wanted that to happen. They wanted people to go out and rebuy old Fruit of the Loom, to go shopping for Fruit of the Loom, to make a Fruit of the Loom buzz. And this is just a thing that's part of the psyop that is marketing. Yeah, they had it. Perez Hilton was the founder of the Houghton Hilton. Was it? No. He started to sound like Paris Hilton is what I thought, is what I heard. And he talked about pop stars and stuff like that. And the National Geographic made a kind of adult magazine about from boobs down to the belly button. So the Butterfly Effect. You ever seen it? I saw the movie Butterfly Effect. Yeah. Now I don't scream. It doesn't scream. I need attention. Right. And I was actually going to say attention's a hell of a drug. I was going to say that, but then I saw your things. So I was like, yep. But he had to get, like, apparently he passed out on stream, and the police had to show up. The EMS had to show up to take him to the hospital. What did the Pearls guy do? He slit himself up. No, I don't think he did that, brother. I think marijuana, meth, rooms, all to make a person something good. That's probably. I mean,
confirms to people that Hilton has been hospitalized, with crisis response teams providing assistance to his family. Apparently, he was seriously injuring himself with a knife over and over and over again. We'll explain a little bit more, but let's read. They say Perez Hilton was hospitalized on Tuesday, August 4th, after deputies with the Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office were dispatched to his Florida home after the blogger appeared to self-harm during a TikTok live stream. After the video ended, graphic clips appearing to show Hilton covered in blood circulated on social media. Deputies were dispatched to the scene upon receiving numerous calls from concerned viewers who had witnessed the distressing live stream on social media. An MDCSO spokesperson told People. Upon arrival, deputies discovered he was alone inside the home at the time of the video. In many incidents involving a person experiencing a mental health crisis or actively harming themselves, deputies prioritize de-escalation by creating time, distance, and opportunities for communication, the spokesperson for the MDCSO said. Unless there is an immediate threat to others, slowing the situation and utilizing crisis intervention techniques can reduce the likelihood of a suicide by cop encounter and minimize the risk of injury to the individual, deputies, and the public, the statement added. While the assistance to Miami-Dade fire rescue deputies with the MDCSO helped transport Hilton to a nearby hospital for medical attention, the crisis response unit and licensed mental health professionals were also at the scene, providing support and resources to his family members.
No.
People has reached out to representatives for Hilton for comment. I do think it's kind of funny because it's a proper noun, people. People has reached out, because you'd be like, wait, what? It's plural. Hilton was hospitalized in Las Vegas with severe sepsis in March In April, he said he was hospitalized again for a deep vein thrombosis in his right leg after a thrombectomy to remove a clot and following weeks of being bedridden. He shared a video of himself on his feet on April 7th. Now, with that being said...
Jabadoodle.
There's a lot to say here, and I want to... I'll explain to you guys. In the video, Perez is nude and fully exposed, taking a knife and carving into himself over and over again while moaning sexually. It is truly haunting and horrifying to watch. Now, I have to wonder if this is not the first time Perez Hilton has done something like this, mentioning the sepsis or other issues. I wonder if this man has just been mentally unwell for some time. It has just finally escalated to the point where he was carving himself up on camera. I would actually say it's strongly possible that
my chest and I have the Pledge of Allegiance.
He was actually causing harm to himself in other ways, just not visible, not on live streams. Now, some people have been complaining. Maybe not complaining is not the right word, but there have been many people who are critical of law enforcement response because they refused to enter the home knowing that this man was harming himself and could potentially kill himself, but the police were completely...
Perez Hilton has been a blogger for since the early 2000s. He used to talk pop culture stuff like, oh my God, look what freaking Kamala Harris is wearing, those nails, and drama. Oh, freaking Billy Joe broke up with Bobby Sue, that kind of stuff. Apparently students used to leave the Hitler sign in schools back in the day. I don't recall. I think a Black Mirror episode. People would watch it online. Black Thomas Times schools were a thing. Parents on something doing the internet, fake name. Yeah.
100% correct in this one. Guys, I know most of you know this because you've seen the videos. There is no winning a knife fight. It's not a thing, okay? No, don't get me wrong. Two guys, each with a knife, and you're going to get a brutal scenario. But there, you see in these movies, right? What movies are you just watching? There's some movie clip where a guy's got a knife and then he grabs the arm and twists it and the guy goes and falls down. This is not real. It's not real.
No.
There are a ton of viral videos explaining what you do when you encounter a knife and you run. You will be instructed by almost every single martial arts expert, every single professional fighter. You encounter a guy with a knife, run as fast as you can. There's no such thing as defending.
Right. This is important. This is something important, Billy, that needs to be told to kids. Kids need to understand that media is not real. It's not always real life. What you're told and how you're programmed, like the recent television programming and radio programming is called programming, is that reason exactly. It's what the people that are creating these things are, how they get them out. It costs a lot of money to set up a radio station, a lot of money to set up a television station and studios. They want to get the most money out of it as possible. So the stuff that they tell you is what's going to make it most profitable for them and the people that advertise to them, including politicians. And if stating a narrative in a way can get them to a certain point temporarily for financial gain, they'll use that. And it doesn't matter who falls, who thinks that the world's actually going to end. Listen, the King of England said the world was going to be over in 18 years in 2003. No, he said it in 12 years in 2003. So they were spinning narratives that if we didn't spend trillions of dollars on saving the planet from climate change, we would all be dead. And this was for what? What ended up happening? What got saved? Nothing. Nothing got saved, but a shitload of people got rich, and a shitload of industry got rich, and the people got poorer. Right. So like this, that's just one thing. They just told us over and over again how we were destroying the planet and we're all on it together. So you got to do your part. You got to be taxed more. It was all crap based on historical historical cycles that we knew what was going to happen. We knew it was going to warm up before it cools down. We knew it because it's happened in the records. It's happened in the old wheat records from freaking Egypt and stuff. We've had this data, it just hasn't been generally disseminated. And yeah, absolutely, it absolutely is wackadoo, and people's lives get destroyed over it, and this is why I tell people, do not disrupt personal relationships over politics. You do not know what is true. You do not know what was true. If you have, like during the Obama administration, they got a bunch of money invested in solar paneling companies, and they have started to push the end of the world and telling everybody to buy solar panels. The solar paneling companies made billions of dollars, and the stockholders of them made millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. And we spent that money, and it didn't do anything for the environment. Except it probably did worse, especially with having to dig up all of the areas of the earth that got dig up, all the water that got polluted. So it ended up not being kick-ass, but people got rich off of it. But while they have your attention, they want to get as rich as possible off of that. So it's turning influence into affluence. Do you skip desserts? Trump is the people's choice. Democrats are traitors. Okay.
Yourself against a knife. It's just not real. So when you have someone carving themselves up like this, and I'm not trying to be crass or anything, the police show up and the thought process is correct. If they try to enter the home and this person is they're unwell, their brain is dysfunctioning to the point where they're slicing up their bodies, what might they do to you? More importantly, could there be no intention of harm, but a potential threat? In which case, the police determined there's nobody in the building with him. Nobody's life is in danger. He may be harming himself, but if they go in, it will only make things worse.
Yeah,
why?
Looks like it.
You may say, yeah, but what if he kills himself? Yes, but if the police open the door and he presents a threat in any way, then the police are going to be forced to defend themselves. It will only increase the likelihood that someone could be killed, in which case the appropriate response, though it sounds crazy, is to do nothing. It's to stand outside. Even the act of bullhorning, saying, please put the knife away, could agitate and make things worse. So there's no easy solution here.
Jeez.
What I will tell you is a few things. I believe that social media is making people...
Right. So I thought about that too. But if he's bleeding out, if he's already sliced up, he's going to pass out. He's going to lose enough blood and pass out. So that would probably be a better thing rather than getting his heart rate up and causing him to really freaking flow. Lion of Judah. I am the science. Science. Do you allow yourself a cheat meal? Me? Not. I mean, I don't have a strict diet. I mean, I eat once a day, and then I have a snack at night. Almost, I'd say 5 nights a week. But if I go out, yeah, it's not that I don't consider it a cheat meal. It's like if somebody says, "Hey, let's go out for lunch," I'll say, "Okay." You know, it's just a meal. Yeah, I don't have like I'm not that. I'm not like I eat once a day and that's it. And then you hear I go to lunch, you're like, I thought you. No. I mean, if some day if I have to like go on vacation or whatever, I don't consider it a cheat meal. It's not like my diet. I just don't get hungry until. And as I tell you what, when my theory that when you eat a bunch of food, your body says, did I get the vitamins and minerals and proteins that I needed out of that meal? If no, do that again. And that's what your body says to your. That's my theory here, right? So, by taking proper amounts of the vitamins and minerals that the body needs, I only really eat for the proteins and whatnot. And I don't get hungry, and I don't really get hungry. I'll get hungry, absolutely, especially if I'm working hard or whatever. I'll get hungry. Science, frankly, you don't know what you're talking about. I plead the fifth. Lamb's Wolf taken out of context. What are you guys talking about? Perez Hilton. Perez Hilton is a blogger, like a pop culture blogger who was slicing himself open and moaning sexually as he was slicing himself open on freaking live stream. What up, Trail? Playoffs out and should be prison. He probably will be. He probably will be. Yeah. He probably will be. I've seen flip flops and tips. So of course, depends on your usage of knife. /r fridge detectives. My papa bear said, my body doesn't talk to me. Stupid artificial images. 21 feet away, somebody can stab you. Yeah, they can run at you very quickly, right?
Psychotic and insane. And I'm going to give you my thoughts on what I think this is. This is, it's brutal. What I'm going to say is, I think that this was sexual. I think that Perez. I obviously we would say it's a mental illness of some sort. It's a something is happening, some dysfunction
across his chest and everything. I can disclose 21
It's
people
hard to talk about because the video is so horrifying. But he's moaning sexually as he's carving himself up, moaning naked on camera. I think this is a man who, through the use of the internet and other, I would say probably, bathhouses and other, and I could be completely wrong. This is my opinion. In Chicago, they have a bathhouse. They call it a bathhouse. It's a sex house. It's a brothel, basically, where men can meet up for anonymous sex and drug use. Now, these bathhouses claim drugs are illegal. You can't bring them in. But guys show up and just have reckless, insane, gay activities. In these places, people engage in psychotic and insane behavior that I think the general public would be shocked to see. Now, it doesn't come to the point where they're carving themselves up to this degree. But I'm going to tell you this right now. I lived in Wrigleyville in Chicago. And Wrigleyville is right next to what's called Boys Town. It's like 2-3 blocks away. It overlaps, basically. Yep. The bathhouse is a few blocks away as well. I had friends who worked in what's the BDSM, doming and subbing and things like that. If you're not familiar with that, subbing, so you know what a dominatrix is. Most of you probably know. It's a woman who role plays with a man and dominates him in some way. What people don't know, most people, like a lot of people who know this, who follow this stuff know, but the average person doesn't know. There's also something called subbing. That is, there are people who want to dominate, and they will hire a man or a woman to be dominated. So you get a lot of this stuff. And the reason I'm bringing this up is not to be gross or morbid. It's that when I see this video, I see a man who likely, in my opinion, has driven himself pornographically insane. Okay, this matters to the state of the world right now with the internet, with how insane pornographic material has become. This is, I see this, and in my mind, I'm trying to be very careful because he could have just snapped, right? Maybe he just went crazy. But based on what we know about the guy, I'd give my opinion on what he was doing. I think he was trying to gratify himself. I think that there's a combination of, in the BDSM stuff, people do cutting. They'll say, oh, we're going to do safe practices. We're going to sterilize everything. They go in and they say, I'm of sound mind, and they sign paperwork and they say, you can cut me, but, it's got to be light. We minimize scarring. Yeah, people do this. Yeah. You can hire people to cut, and you can hire people to be cut by, because people get off on it.
Right.
It sounds crazy, but people go online and they'll watch a video of like, let's neutralize everything. I don't want to talk about it in a pornographic sense. We can talk about it in a neutral political context. There is a guy, and he comes out and he says, I just plain don't like widgets. So somebody writes an article, anti-widget guy. Says no widgets. Well, after people read that article, been there, done that, you have to one-up it every time. So the next day, wanting to chase the traffic, they write another article about the story, but they say extremist. You got to keep adding to the story. Now he's the worst radical against widgets. And then 6 months later, they're posting pictures of him as they're graphically editing him to make him look like a demon, and they're lying about him. Because they're making money. They're one-upping every time to maintain the addiction. Same thing is true.
Well, like he's like if he's live stream, but the completely naked Evan is dingling out on TikTok, like that does seem a little like I remember back just a couple of years ago, I think it was during COVID era, if something looked kind of like a dick, the AI would stop the stream. And like, so if he's there slicing himself, maybe the AI was confused and it thought it was paint or something. Like how did it let the stream continue? You almost got everybody that's fine was cooking. Great observation. Thor's here. Start talking about yeah. We're still talking about it. I wanted to see what happened. Kim Kardashian sex tape found. Yeah. Absolutely. So, Kim Kardashian. Well, also remember there was the Paris Hilton. It was the Paris Hilton. She got famous and rich, and maybe he's hoping in the back of his mind that this will make him like that. He'll get the rights for the Perez Hilton slice tape. Yeah, she built an empire on it. Yeah,
for porn content. So you get a guy who likes watching BDSM, and this is you're getting lightly whipped. No actual long-standing physical damage.
What up, Bob? Yeah, well.
He then goes to
apparently he did it pretty deep.
A dominatrix says, "I want you to whip me." She starts whipping him lightly, but no actual bruising, no damage, just like lightly, on the back. Then he goes harder, and now he's got a bruise, but he likes it. The next time he comes in, he's got to one up that. He needs more every day. Jesus. Eventually, get to the point where he's like, "I want you to cut me," and they're like, "Okay, we're going to sterilize the tools. There's legal limits," and so then he's going to cut. Then he says, "I want you to slice me up," and I won't do that. So what happens?
He does it
chasing that addiction. You end up with, and again, this is hypothetical. A person going in their house and just carving themselves up with a knife. Then you have the live stream element of it, because some of these people like it when others watch. It's kind of like cucking. I know people laugh at the idea, but this is real. People do this. But it's not even that. There's exhibitionism.
Definitely. I remember when people were getting banned during the whole COVID era, and they the trick to getting unbanned was when you appealed was saying, I feel that you banned me because I'm part of the LGBT community, and that would get you unbanned no matter what you said. Yeah. The addiction wasn't the pain. It was the attention. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I know it's Kelly Clarkson on her show. It's not the same woman.
And voyeurism. So there's liking to watch and liking being watched. I don't want to get into all the finer details. My point is this. We are a sick nation. And I believe that the root of this is the desperation to chase sexual gratification. And we have seen, it's kind of interesting as it overlaps with body positivity and like GLP-1 and all that stuff.
Yeah, and I was about to say,
all these women are gorging themselves.
Going back to what we were talking about earlier about the dick drugs, like, and I'm saying people ain't dating. So they're freaking. They've jerked themselves into and seen so much fake woman, fake boobs, fake filtered faces and bodies that now you've programmed yourself to be excited over something AI, something fake, and then to the point where the natural body is no longer responding to it. So then you're like, okay, I just have ED. Okay, go buy some freaking dick drugs. And it's just like trying to one up it. Because remember, I mean, even if evolution is a thing, we didn't have freaking porn. We didn't have a porn that could be accessed. And even when you did have porn, you could watch the same one over and over again when you rewound your VHS tape. But it wasn't like you could talk to the chat bot girl and say, do this, do that, make your boobs bigger, make your boobs smaller, make your butt bigger, make your butt smaller. Like this is like the new AI. So yeah, people are burning their dopamine system out. Good evening, Drone. What's the name of the artistic Nazi flag? It used to be an S. It was also an S. They flipped over the. It looks like the actual Liberty Island put it in the real world. Remember, you used to go up the art to the touch of the tar still existed. The populi, the populi want to be better than others to make themselves feel better. I remember when this was my playing GTA. I'm learning the actual island is Ellis Island. Yep. What up, Bob? I didn't. This is the last one I got. The populi want to be better than others. That's the last one I saw. Taking an island. CERN is freaking around. All the popular girls are never go on the Mandela effect them not insane, have cognitive dissonance. Help, I have a coke deficiency. That's more as how it works. The closest we had was virtual sex with DVD, right? And I mean, but still, even that. But we're burning the system out. And if you're using blow or freaking meth or fentanyl or whatever popular stimulants are out there, and you're blasting out your dopamine system, and you're freaking trying to, and like he's. Something if I have to continue to burn. Okay, let's finish watching this and get out of this.
So they're eating whatever they want. They're slamming Ben and Jerry's. They're getting fat. And then what happens? Well, they're chasing after that addiction and they're getting morbidly obese, and then they justify it. Body positivity, healthy at every size.
Yeah.
You can be fat and healthy.
It's psychosis.
It's not. It's not true. You get sick.
Good Mandela effect is psychological. It's not with the Mandela effect. It's
then
called the
GLP-1
Obama
comes around.
effect.
They can inject themselves and lose the weight. They do.
Always
and now all
been
of a sudden,
called the Obama
body
effect.
positivity is gone. It's better to be thin. I think we see the same thing with perversion. They keep trying to argue that it's acceptable and okay because they're addicted.
Right, and it used to be sexy because it wasn't public. You had to take it behind closed doors. You had to wonder, do you think she likes me? Do you think he likes me? Not now. You can go see pride parades and slut walks and full freaking like girls are basically wearing bra and panties out in public all the time. And so it's not like, oh, you finally get into the bedroom and you unbutton the blouse and there's boobs. Like the boobs are already there at the dinner table at the first date. It's like there's no more mysticism. There's no more. You can't comment. No, yeah, that's what's going on. They say sugar doesn't make you hyperactive or suddenly gives you bursts of energy. I feel it's a big jiff. Had salt water to make it boil faster now. Probably because of all the chemistry in the water now, the fluoride, chlorine, and shit. The Jiff's a Google for me. I could remember saying Jiffy. I remember Jiffy too.
To it themselves. They go online, they see weird psychotic things, they read 50 Shades of Grey, they get addicted to this stuff, they get addicted to extreme forms of self-gratification and just general gratification. And then when they see in the news, they say that should be allowed. Why? Because they want it and they want more.
Yeah, they want it, right. Yeah.
Where does it end?
Right. They don't want to feel weird over it. They don't want to feel weird. They want their kink to be out in the public.
Be careful, because I don't know what happened to Perez Hilton's mind. But it ends with people doing very, very serious and insane things. Causing themselves permanent injuries, carving their bodies up, not like this, through surgeries to chase after that gratification.
Right.
I think we are a sick nation.
People that are getting addicted to plastic surgeries, and then plastic surgeons wanting to expand out. So they say, well, hey, the popularization and the normalization of trans surgeries, we made some money off some adults. So how can we move the age limit down and make more money and start getting more and more people? And then some people like being cut on. Some people like going into surgery. They like getting their nose broken, getting nose jobs. I mean, look what Michael Jackson did. He's been on stage being worshipped by thousands of fans since he was 5 years old. I remember adding salt to water to make it boil any faster. I was perplexed. At least they salt is after the water's already boiling. Is this some side of a fetish that slashing? Well, I mean, he slashed himself up naked on a live stream.
And I don't know that we are going to have this public conversation
Jiffy peanut butter in the
or admission from someone like Perez as to what this is really about. Now, by all means, it could just be that he's suicidal, depressed, so he decided he was going to carve himself up. But he was moaning sexually, and I believe that this is all of this stuff that we see. Like, in Illinois, a teacher was giving books to students that explained to them extreme and, let's say, dangerous sexual activities. The police were called when parents found out what she was giving the children. And the left defended it. Liberals said it was just a book on LGBTQIA. They argued that sex ed means gratification, not reproduction. And so liberals were arguing to teach children about, I'm gonna say it, scat. Not kidding. The teacher gave children a book that explained to them what it means to eat feces. because it gratified some people. That's a mental disturb. That you are disturbed.
Yeah,
you cannot. You will get sick. You will die.
Yeah, yeah.
And this teacher gave
My
12, 10, and 12-year-olds this book. And when we on Timcast and Timcast IRL said, "Guys, this is insane."
Intimate relationships.
The reaction we got from the liberals and the media was, "You're bigots." Why?
My mom and dad had 12
because
kids
they like
exposed to poor ranch
They're
culture.
addicted to it. You go to an alcoholic and say, "Stop drinking."
Well, that's what you did back then. What do you think they did before the 60s when birth control became a thing? It wasn't everybody was having abortions. Yes, there were backroom abortions, but that was like 1 in 100,000 pregnancies. It wasn't like, so yeah, people have gone overboard. Michael looked good after the first nose job. Already looked great when he saw his little kid part of the Jackson 5. Yeah, he looked fine. Yeah. But I mean, some people listen, they have so much money and they've got so much attention and they look at themselves in the mirror. They're not on stage. They're not getting all that stimulus of people like, and then he's just like, okay, let's make myself even better and better and better. Okay, I didn't like this about me. Let's cut on it. Let's. Now there's really a riot.
Say, "I'm fine," and they'll yell at you. You go to sex addicts and say, "Stop spreading this stuff. You're addicted," and they'll say, "No, it's normal. It's LGBTQ, et cetera, et cetera." Sooner or later, we're going to have a conversation about the extreme things people are doing, chasing whatever this is. And people are going to have to, they're going to have to reckon with what it is they've been promoting or ignoring. And that's the issue I take with most of these liberals. They don't care.
No.
Let me put it like this. We call out these disturbing behaviors saying, you do not give 10-year-olds a book explaining how to eat, or that people eat feces, that it's, you don't do this. I'm not kidding, by the way. This is not a joke. Look it up. It's a book called This Book is Gay. Look it up. Yeah. I've had so many people say, I don't believe you. It's hard to believe. See, default libs, we call it. People who don't pay attention to news have no idea this is going on. Leftists and degenerates want it to be happening, so they will lie and defend it. And then the media will call the right bigots because it's what gets clicks. It's got to stop. Otherwise, we're going to get more of this. I'm going to wrap it up there. You know, this is a horrifying subject. Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll see.
Society's come to reckoning about the religious people that were writing sex pornography all along. Listen, sex has been a thing forever. We've known it. We've known what sexual deviancy leads to. We've known if you have another country that wants to take over your country and they've got access to putting things on the internet that could push, and then they've got money that can put people into power and start social contagions and whatnot to push things into power, and it ends up being things. Listen, the sterilizing part, and whatever you think about it, if you're transitioning, you're getting sterilized 90% of the time, right? So that means you're never going to have kids. So this is a short-lived fad. It's a short-lived fad. There's not going to be children from this that grow up. So it's going to get to the point where a lot more people are going to be harmed. And definitely helps having a partially shot memory. My former narcissist would watch intimate VHS of him and his former coworkers. He would watch in back rooms, not close curtains so neighborhoods could see. Jesus. Yeah. Jiffy, okay, to be saying. Jiffy peanut butter. Well, it comes up as Jif. There's no peanut butter brand named Jiffy. You're likely Jif, or thinking of Skippy, or the baking brand Jiffy. I'm blind now, but I still feel the effects of Mandela. Damn South African won't leave me alone. Lol. Strange. So that's horrifying. Yeah, usually you wouldn't end a video like that. This is why all this stuff's a big memory too weird. Does anyone remember the vampire fad about 18? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. My brother. This was longer than 18 years ago. This was like freaking 30 years ago. My brother glued his girlfriend. My brother's girlfriend had her when her canine teeth. I guess her baby canine teeth fell out, which didn't fall out till she was like 17. He glued them onto his to make his even longer. I just gave up trying to spell Fruit Loops. And they change it every few years. Yeah, goth girls, it's still in my heart. His coworker had intimacy. He and his coworker had intimacy at work during graveyard shift. No wonder his shift ran bad at times. Think about what's going on in the hospitals, especially during COVID, the ones that weren't completely filled full of people. I remember my ex-wife's fascination with the retarded shiny skin and the shiny skin plot of the vampires. There isn't it true that peanut butter is allowed to have certain parts? Yes, everything, as all food products are allowed to have certain percentage of animal proteins, they call it. Yeah, the sun melts, glow, skin shine, and never shine again. Yeah, all food. Yeah, all mass-produced foods. All. Yeah, especially if you're running on a factory line. Yep. The Food and Dung Administration, 3%. So if you get 100 pounds of food, it's allowed to have 3 pounds of cockroaches in it. Let's see where I'm at here. Boom. That's freaking crazy, dude. That dude, yeah. Yeah. So do you know now, like if you go to the gym and if you get smoothies and stuff there, ask when you get protein powder, because a lot of them use cricket protein. It's just ground up crickets. It's called cricket powder, but it's also allowed to be called protein powder. And you can see the marketing. Like if you ask like the AI, it'll tell you it's a great form of protein. It's highly absorbable. Like that, not all protein's freaking good. And a lot of people have like the theory about people that are allergic to peanuts. Supposedly it's not necessarily just peanuts, or how it starts is because it's a cockroach allergy that ended up in peanut butter. A lot of peanut butters, lastly mass-produced peanut butters. And then that triggered the peanut allergies from cockroach bits being in it. No, actually, it's because bugs have exoskeletons. Chitin, right? Chitin. Corn storage rat, which you don't know. A chitin inhibits your body's ability to absorb vital amino acids. Right. This goes back to my original point about getting yourself checked for vitamin or mineral deficiencies, because you do not know what you're putting in your body and what it's stopping the absorptions of. Yep, we don't eat the shells from shellfish, right? I knew soldiers who were in the during CQ while we're inside chain to command didn't care. People need to stop being babies like it didn't happen. Yeah, I saw people eat freaking those lollipops, clear like lollipops that had worms in them and stuff. All rats all up in that. Yeah. Blood diet. Yeah, I've never gained weight, but let's see. Ariana Grande quit the show she was working on because everybody kept bitching about her being too skinny. That's so crazy. They would starve you to death. I just ate a bunch of tomato hornworms. You ate a bunch of tomato hornworms? Jeez, them things scare the piss out of me, dude. When I see them in my garden, rats be doo-dooing and living luxurious lifestyles all in our grits. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Protein, cricket protein. Look at this. Look, highly sustainable. Cricket protein is a sustainable, highly efficient alternative protein source made from ground farm-raised crickets, often called cricket powder or flour. It contains all 9 essential amino acids, boasts high levels of vitamin B12, iron, and chitin, a prebiotic fiber, and supports gut health. Now it's good for you. Because we went into a factory and there was billions of crickets in there, and they said, how can we make as much money off this as possible? Ariana Grande used to be really good looking. And I was like, yeah, she looks rough, man. She's obviously sick. I mean, I don't think cancer. I think psychologically, just for reference, my IQ is only 126. She looks like Dobby. All right, let's see. Freaking cricket powder. It's 60 to 70 pure protein by weight. Which proteins? I ate the worms as payback for eating my tomatoes. They tasted musky. hornworms. Not burned worms. Yeah, these things are freaking vicious, dude. Look how big these sons of gums are. Look at these look at them freaking things, dude. Or that big ass freaking stinger horn. Who's a better singer, Whitney Houston or Ariana Grande? Whitney Houston. My IQ is determined to be immeasurable. I was 7. Stress caused first look unhealthy. Yeah. No. She's either like something's going on. Listen, that's really, really bad. Your intelligence quotient is like RAM in a computer, the ability to process and retain information quickly. Right? Yeah. When I remember going through the IQ tests as a kid, they would go up to like 13 numbers. Or like 13-digit numbers. They would say a 13-digit number, or it started with a 1-digit number, then 2 digits, 3 digits, 4 digits, up to 13. You had to say it forward. They said it forward, and you had to repeat it backwards. It means you're smart. Ariana imitates. So yeah, she can intonate. My IQ used to be 100. I think it's lower due to age. I make spelling errors all the time. I was a kid of spelling bee champ. Oh, wow. I wonder if it's environmental. All right, let's see if we can find this real quick. Where was it? Let's see. Let's look at Ariana Grande. I would not pass. Yeah. Ariana Grande. I don't want to listen to the music. Spell checker and dumb. Yeah, smartphones. Yeah, smartphones. Dumb people. Right. Backwards. Majority of spelling which have self video. The dumb the courier or not. Let's see. Let's see.
She says, "See you tonight." She's got this concert.
Yeah, we watched a video on it earlier. The guy that lit like 8 of those fires apparently got arrested finally.
Happening in just a few hours in Chicago. And the question is going to be, at her concert, does she address this? Because she's been kind of everywhere in this moment. Her team told people, and now it's everywhere, that Ariana is taking a much-deserved break once her tour finishes next month.
Yeah,
after what the rep says has been endless, ongoing public scrutiny. It comes as the singer's appearance has been in the spotlight in particular, with some fans saying they're getting concerned about how...
No, it's definitely the truth. Yes, yeah, a lot of cornflakes, a lot of peanut butter, a lot of burgers. Yes, yeah, that's a lot of American food, yeah. Say, Ariana Grande feet.
She's doing.
After seeing her pedals video, oh my God, I am horrified. Oh, like, I'm truly concerned.
There is nothing normal about that, y'all. Why are sassy black men always involved in conversations and letting all of their sass hit the market and just go all the way in, bro?
I hope y'all.
I don't know what that is. You don't even see sassy white men this involved in people's lives as you see sassy black men. They always dusty, they always poor, they always
damn,
and they always involved in these type of conversations. I don't get it. There's nothing normal about that.
It triggered me. So part of the reason this new video is reigniting this whole conversation, this new music video, one of the scouts, it's like a thing where she's, you know, going through these like scenes almost, talking to talent scouts. And one of the scouts in the video, again, fictional, writes down what looks like it says, couldn't hurt to lose a few lbs. Couldn't hurt to lose a few lbs, a.k.a. pounds. Now, other fans say it's really not anybody's place to make comments about anybody's body.
Right, and now they're calling it a prebiotic or a probiotic. Yeah, just makes that breakdown to absorb the surrounding proteins. Right, yeah. This is also why taking one-a-days don't really work, because the different compounds, the water soluble, fat soluble, and the compounds being so close together, your body needs them like more spaced out, like how they are in actual food. So why like one-a-days turn your pee freaking yellow, like super freaking. I can't even recall last time I ate cornflakes or peanut butter. Sassy and soft black becomes from the lack of father figure in her life. What's the ethnicity of that singer? Sometimes she appears as white, Asian, black. I don't know. Grande. Oh, Hispanic, probably. Hispanic. Papa Bear, correct short drive. I don't know. It was just really to me. I could even spell foreign words in Arabic. My freaking talent I don't have. If anybody ever raised the Book of Revelations, you need a Bible prepared. I agree. Cornflakes got people through the Depression. My granddad used to tell me. She's Italian? I thought she was Hispanic. Ariana Grande. Let's see. She's married? She's married to Dalton Gomez? I didn't even know she was married. Dude, she needs a sandwich, dude. Too many options. Man. Yeah, this is what she used to look like right here. That's what she used to look like. Like I'm just talking about meat on her bones. And now she looks like freaking that. Look at the freaking rib cage. Here, let me help you guys out a bit. Look at this. Look at the rib cage. Oh, she's Italian. Okay. It's pretty cool. Google Ariana Grande ethnicity. Cornflakes, but that's the best of the day. Yeah, her skin slipping. And then here, Perez Hilton today posted something about her. She's still beautiful. She's just, you can tell she's lost. It's like she's freaking like if somebody, while she's a multi-millionaire, married, everything's going good. Oh no, never mind. She broke up with him in 2024. Oh, she was married for 3 years. Oh, I guess maybe she got a divorce. Oh, maybe that's part of what's going through. Crypt Keeper, yeah. Just seen her on Victorious. I think I remember that. Golem. The Crypt. Yeah, hamburger. Definitely needs a hamburger. Definitely.
I never make an individual's body the center focus of the commentary.
I need us to stop commenting on women's bodies. Body size is not a great indication of your wellness.
How ain't it?
Let me bring in Chloe Malas, who's joining us now.
I think women talk to women way different than a man that cares about women will talk to a woman. Like this body positivity movement. Listen, we know how body weight works in the body. We know the chemistry of the body. We know how the heat energy inside of the body and digestion. We know how all that works. We know how fasting works. We know how sugars, blood sugars, and lipids can be converted. And we know all of this. We know being obese is not healthy. And I think a lot of this stuff that's going on is when people are confused as young kids. Like I remember in school, like the thing was to try to get like an 8-year-old to say shit to his mom. Go ask your mom what shit means, or shit. What shit? No shit. Yeah, ask your mom what that means to make us. And then now I think where kids are at now, they're like, I think you might be trans. Maybe you should get on the hormones. And like there's actual evil ass kids. Like this is where we've gotten to. I remember when I was a kid, when I was a kid and like the gay marriage debate was out and about. People would like there was kids that tried to convince other kids that they were gay. Like, no, it's not that she doesn't like you. I think you're gay. I think you like men. You think? And then you had like lost souls that are just like that would like kind of agree. And I think, and I remember seeing it not necessarily work, but a lot of kids trying it. I've probably seen that hundreds of times. And I just think, yeah, kids are freaking vicious. And whatever's like super popular, I got used to amazing impersonations like Shakira. Cornflakes about to come to the artificial nice it used to be. So much. You also have that change ingredient like cardboard. I like Frosted Flakes. Yeah, I used to eat that stuff. I mean, I don't eat none of that shit at all. Yeah, corn was GMO. Yeah, corn was a grass that was selectively bred to become. She was whacked out. Well, that's what I was. I think they went to like the. I think they went to like the GLP-1 stuff. just because it was popular. Like all the hot girls in Hollywood were getting on the GLP-1. But some people, it can slow down how your stomach dumps into your intestines. So instead of it clearing in like 4 hours, it takes like a day. So your body can't get that nutrition. She was already skinny. My ex had a body issue. I told her I love strong, healthy women, and if you have junk in a trunk, I'm all in. Right? Yeah. And a big thing with like the feminism and the MGTOW movement, like you don't have guys reinforcing positive things in women, and then you have women telling women that men won't do that because men are evil, and then so they look for validation in other women. And when you're doing that on the internet, there's going to be people that like, this bitch thinks she's hot, I'm going to tell her, yeah, you're so hot except for your freaking face. I watched videos for 90 and they were skinny and happy. Everybody wanted to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, it was a completely different time, Walrus. Completely different time. Healthy at any weight, being morbidly obese about. Yeah, right. It's not. And it does all. It breaks down cartilage, the weight on your bones, the stress on your heart. I feel like the death of Mac Miller affected her badly. Criticism used to be corrective action, keep overdoing it. It used to be, right, but then it got turned into a yeah, exactly, right here. They turned it into a microaggression. The beauty standards changed. I think beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? But so many people, Vendetta, aren't in personal, like tight-knit personal relationships anymore. Like when I was younger, everybody wanted to have boyfriends and girlfriends. It was like something everybody wanted to do. And it was one of the first things you did, get into a relationship. And then you were like, okay, let's see what we can do to take over the world. And now it's like people want to try to bang a different girl every night, and girls want to have rosters and shit like that. And that, I don't think people understand how multiple partners like that, having partners too close to each other, what it actually does to your psyche. Like it twists people's psyches, men and women. Oh, it's raining hard. People getting their skinny back. Criticism used to work. People felt shame. Yep, shame left the building. Mud Butter says, I'm skinny and happy. Me too, brother. Hollywood people probably have his epic and he's a bunch of meth. I mean, listen, especially when you're making money like she's making money, the people around her will probably be like, hey, this will help you stay up. This will help you get 20 hours of work out of a day, and rather than just 6 or 8. Muscular do lifetime manual there. Eating normal, yeah, non-American diet makes you skinny. Agreed. Skinny in America is normal anywhere else. Yeah, it used to be. It used to be normal here too. Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you get into those circles. When you're hot, like not looking, but hot, making money, and everybody wants to work with you. They want you filming movies, recording songs, freaking filming videos, doing plays. Soldiers too, because others are very muscular. Wheaties. I never liked Wheaties. Soldier skin and bones. What up, Captain Miscreant? Ain't seen you in a while. How you been? I find people pretty boring because I can't show while works. Gym is really healthy. All right, that's it.
A complicated set of conversations around Ariana Grande, who is absolutely in the public spotlight right now.
That's social contagion. That's you have women that aren't interested in men telling women how to be a woman, like in society. And it's gone freaking overboard. It's gone overboard. Google a pickup area. That even the same girl? Oh, this was freaking decades ago. God, this is like freaking PBS or some shit. Not PBS, HBO. HBO. What's that stuff called? Doing great. They just shipped us from Venezuela straight to Qatar. Damn, brother. Damn. So you went from Florida to Ukraine to Venezuela to Qatar. Well, I guess you're making that money. There's more conflict. They seem to be pretty good. Soldiers starve like Russia. Flat World spending guitar. Williams a blimp. I saw the guy at the gym show for himself. After that, I'm AI. You did it. I'm at Al. You did it. Al. You did it. Al. You did it.
And so when her team says things like these sort of endless ongoing scrutiny, she is one of the most famous people in the world. She is scrutinized all the time. And now this new album is out. This new music video is out. Walk us through some of the developments and what you're hearing from her team and those around her.
Sure, Holly. I mean, look, Ariana Grande is no stranger to the spotlight. She started as a child star on Nickelodeon. And, she, among many celebrities, have had public comments about their body image. And this statement, which I want to read you a little bit more of from her team, says that she looks forward to finishing the tour and ending it on a high note, both healthily and happily. Notice they say healthily there. Obviously, that is a pointed thing to put into the statement. They also let's point out she's been on tour since June. There are 41 stops on this tour. A source close to Ariana Grande.
Not super prevalent. There's some people in America eat, but we also have a lot of bullcrap olive oils. Like we had an olive oil test. It was 42 olive oils, and 30 of them contained less than 50% olive oil. So there's a lot of like wackadoo stuff. These are supposed to be extra virgin. Most of the olive oil is not. Yes, right. Yeah, right. A lot of it's absolutely cut. Dude, there's if you want to go down a rabbit hole, look at the Italian mafias and offshore olive oil cutting. So when the big ass boats that are filled full of olive oil in their holds go out and get over like the horizon, they'll meet up with other boats with canola oil, and they'll take blends so that it got certified when it left the port that it had 100% olive oil in it, and then they cut it en route in the ocean. Fake olive oil is definitely common. Yeah, but even that, people don't really. I mean, like if you go to a restaurant, you'll get like little olive oil for like your bread, or like for maybe for a salad or something, but not like main ingredient stuff. It's expensive. Young man taught how to treat young women, yet young women never taught how to treat young men. Given the princess treatment by their father, expect the same for the. I mean, that absolutely happens. That happens too. And you have a lot of people that grow up on the internet that think that being degrading, and also we had a generation of women that were told no matter what happens no matter what happens with business or in the job market, you can always fall back on OnlyFans, and that's freaking giving people like olive oil was cut with canola oil. Something like everyone. Don Corleo trying to get his Genco oil company sell booze in the background. There you go. They're crack dealing vegetable oil. Yeah, listen, it's the same old scam. It's all the same old shit.
Telling me tonight, Hallie, that she gets up on that stage night after night, and it is a very, very rigorous performance that she is putting on in these stadiums. And that, she really gives it her all. But her team has not said anything specifically about her weight. But as you can tell on social media, it has sparked a massive debate right now as to how far is too far when it comes to talking about these celebrities who are in the public eye.
Damn, that's definitely what I'm saying.
The other piece of this too, she's pulling out of a show, I think, right, in London that was supposed to start next summer, right? Next year, maybe? And the show was really supportive about this. They said that they backed the decision for Grande to no longer star in it.
It's a Stephen Sondheim musical that she was supposed to be in next summer. And she was supposed to star opposite Jonathan Bailey, her Wicked co-star. And, look, it's a shame, but she has a big movie coming out called Fokker-in-Law from our parent company, NBC Universal. And she potentially might be doing a press tour. The movie comes out in November, Hallie. So never say never.
Right. But listen, people have done this and stayed obese. People have done this and stayed at a normal, healthy body level, weight level. So it's not like, oh, do you understand? She's performing every night. Great, understood. Eat every night. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious. Did you hear about the executive orders Trump signed today? Both through. I saw a headline, but I haven't looked into it. Yeah, I haven't looked into it. Peanut oil is supposed to be good for you, and everybody's allergic to peanuts. So, yeah, we were mentioning earlier about how there's some scrutiny or some eyeballs looking at saying that it was the cockroach allergies or cockroach parts and cockroach allergy the cockroaches in peanut butter that triggered peanut allergies, and also the cockroaches in store-bought bread that could possibly be have a link to gluten intolerance. People isolate allergies for peanuts, protect them from stupid and punish the many. Fokker in law, World of 10. Fokker. Is that like Meet the Fockers? Their vegetables groceries without cause of soft most of 3 pounds. Stop buying meat at Walmart. Agreed. I absolutely do not buy meat at Walmart. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And listen, if you can get yourself $1,000 together, I mean, there was $700 here in Georgia, and you can find 3 other people. You can get an entire cow prepared. It's for about $700 for a quarter of a cow. You get the steaks you want, cut the thickness you want. Your ground beef is all from one animal. It's not a bunch of different DNAs mixed together, and it's it averages out about $5 a pound, and that's for freaking porterhouses. And imagine if some alcohol stand that's going over there killing 70 times a day. Yeah, that happens too. As I said, the government are weaponizing peanut dish. I'll bring peanuts on airplanes to see what. Propylene glycol. Walmart doesn't package it. Some farms do. Tyson, yeah, well, still that antifreeze. Yeah, I think it's everywhere. I don't trust it. I don't trust them freaking, there's assembly line slaughterhouses. I hate allergies. We're going with them rubbing alcohol. The antifreeze is protect your skin against viruses.
I don't know if we have time for you to listen to something that she did say a couple years ago about body image. Take a listen.
I think in today's society, there's a comfortability that we shouldn't have at all. There's a comfortability that people have commenting on that I think is really dangerous. And I think it's dangerous for all parties involved.
It's not dangerous. It's not dangerous.
So you see her talking about how she thinks people go too far when it comes to commenting on her.
It's proven to be good and not necessarily bad. I mean, it's sold online in a jar. So saccharin isn't. This is why saccharin isn't kick-ass for you. Your body often releases a lot of the insulin into your system when there's something sweet touches your tongue. So that can spike your insulin, and there's not enough sugar to balance out the insulin that's released pre-digestion. So using it here or there, but as a primary sweetener, it's not a kick-ass way to keep messing with your body. Unless you go to private. Propylene glycol to address lymphatic cancer. Definitely programmed. Look, you don't get that much money. When you have people's attention and people are paying you to do these things, you're going to say the things you're told to say. Even the person that was doing the interview was told to ask those questions. Yeah, they're not going to ask questions that are like outside of what is supposed to be asked. And yeah, it ain't real
body,
life.
And
Maybe
she has talked about it in lyrics in her music, and this isn't the first interview that she has taken fans to task. So again, it'll be interesting to see. She has several more tour stops left, Hallie, to see if she says anything about this over the next couple of weeks.
That's great.
So basically, right, because we skipping around it. Long story short, people are saying that she's too thin. They're saying that she, don't have enough weight on her body.
Yeah, she's got some freaking issues. I think the same thing about McDonald's bushes. And the thing is, when she's talking about it's dangerous, no, what's dangerous is letting other young girls see you in a state of freaking of illness. And then you're also going to have millions of people saying, yes, queen, go, you're the most beautiful. And the girls being like, oh, I want to be beautiful like that. Mom, I can't see my ribs. I'm not beautiful like Ariana Grande. McDonald's is the same thing from the same plant. Yeah, I'm sure most of those companies, the same thing with schools, colleges, universities, high schools. They get their Cisco freaking meat. Like, listen, the people that have mass they're able to supply mass amounts. They all basically come from the same families. He had diabetes and insulin shots. Took alcoholic with liver failure. Damn, brother. Still actively drinking. Listen, Max, if I was in your position, dude, I mean, obviously you got to figure out a way to get off to stop drinking. But anything, what I would do is I would absolutely look into making sure you anything else that you put into your body, food, supplements, vitamins, minerals, have your doctor do a vitamin and mineral deficiency test right off the bat to see where, especially if you're drinking a lot. Usually people are deficient in vitamins or minerals, especially if they drink a lot, because they pee out and they usually don't have very good bowel and bathroom habits, or they poop too often, or diarrhea, whatnot. You're not absorbing your nutrition from your food. That's something that you should check at first. First thing first, make sure that your doctors are looking into that. Which is, I can't eat a nut. Only a strong food allergy is something that new is because it happened in genetic change for some reason. So some of the things, like I said, was talking about is some people develop allergies. Some people have them when they're born, but these allergies that have come up recently in like to say the last like 60 years, it appears to be stemming from, a lot of it comes from bugs in processed foods, or it appears to, at least. Okay, I found a sweeteners, but good, yeah. 1990s magazine shows us okay, so over time, body develops magazine after taking alcoholic liver failure. Yeah. And listen, like one of those big things is if it's fatty liver, is like definitely you got to stop eating. You got to stop eating. Let me see if I can find this real quick. You got to stop eating seed oils. Absolutely. I was in the hospital for a week. No fun. For liver issues, Mud. Executive order signed. They bans birth tourism. If you're a fraction of the time, my time. Birth tourism is when somebody flies into America expressly to give birth here, because if you give birth on American soil, the child is considered an American citizen. All right, let me see if I can find this. Let's see. What up? Dial up. I remember drinking a chubby cheeks 5 years ago. I have GI bleeds and it's cirrhosis. Okay. So this is so here's an interesting it's repeating what I said, but this is just something to put you on. Dietary fat influences alcoholic fatty liver disease. Diets high in polyunsaturated omega-6 can worsen alcohol-induced liver inflammation and oxidative stress. Conversely, specialized oils with omega-3s can help mitigate liver injury. Even alcohol reduction remains priority. Yeah, that should absolutely be what would be my priority. Absolutely. If your doctor doesn't have you on it, but it's not knowing where you're at with the failure. All right, I gotta go. It's raining like hell, and I gotta let the cat in. I appreciate you all coming out here. I'll be back tomorrow. I love you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.